Welcome to the City of Lake Forest City Council meeting. We are happy you are here to participate in this important city function. If you have not done so already, please take an agenda to follow along and see what will be discussed during tonight's meeting. Also, please help yourself to some coffee and cookies available. City Council meetings have several parts: the invitation, the Pledge of Allegiance, a report from the student liaison, presentations, public comment, warrant register, consent calendar, public hearings, discussion or action items, city manager's report, and city council comments. The public comment period of the meeting allows members of the public to address the city council regarding any items within subject matter jurisdiction of the meeting. No action may be taken on items not listed on the agenda unless authorized by law. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and an overall time limit of 30 minutes is allocated for the public comments portion of the agenda. Any person wishing to address the city council on any matter, whether or not it appears on the agenda for this meeting, is requested to complete a request to speak form, available at the side bin to the right of the dial. After completing your form, please submit it to the staff sitting next to the city clerk prior to speaking to the council. When you are called to speak, please step up to the front podium and address
Chapel Foothill Ranch. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Gardner, and also council members. Today, just a few hours ago, I was on Bay Parkway, and I witnessed an accident where someone had run the red light and T-boned the car that was coming through the intersection. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But it reminded me how the things that happen in our city affect the lives of the people that live here. And certainly, the things that happen here in this meeting tonight affect the lives of the people who live here. And with that in mind, let's bow our hearts and our heads before the Lord. Father, we recognize that decisions that we make affect others. And Lord, I thank you for these men and women that are here to help us as a city and as government, as a people, to make wise and good decisions that will affect for the good and for the lifestyle and for the community of Lake Forest positive ways that will benefit us for generations. And so, Lord, thank you for all those that are serving here today. Thank you, Lord, for your good blessings, and Lord, that you desire to guide us and lead us. And so we humbly come to you and submit ourselves to you and ask, Lord, for your help to give us wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. And Lord, I pray a special blessing upon all these servants who are sacrificing of their lives and their times to come and serve others. Lord, bless their homes, bless their families, bless their lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, which would be led by Councilman Robinson, but I understand there are some Boy Scouts here in the house. Yeah. Terrific. We're always happy to defer to the Boy Scouts. This is Troop 623. So guys, if you want to come up, you can lead us in the pledge. It's always a treat for us when the Boy Scouts come. If you have a Boy Scout troop, please invite them to come and participate.
Can you stand? Put your right hand over your heart. Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thanks a lot. We now go on to the public comment section of the meeting. At this time, members of the public may address the city council regarding any items within the subject jurisdiction of the city. No action may be taken on items not listed on the agenda unless authorized by law. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. Any person wishing to address the city council on any matter, whether or not it appears on the agenda, is requested to complete a request to speak form. Those are over there near the door at the side in blue. And then submit the form over here to the young man sitting at the end. Do we have any speakers for tonight?
Yes, Your Honor. Bob Holtzclaw, followed by Monica Ledak.
Postlaw, are you here? There you are. Okay. Come on down. Isn't there a TV show that does that?
Price is Right.
I won a prize.
No prize, but come on
Okay.
down.
Anyhow, last month we kind of got mixed up with everything else going on, so I just want to give my report to vector control. And actually, we had another little problem with bees out and off of Ridge Route and down near the freeway out there. Vector control does not service bees, so fire department, whoever else does not have to call vector control. Usually a beekeeper is probably the best choice to get rid of the bees. We don't have any African bees in Orange County that I know of. It's left up to the beekeepers in the county to take care of it. I think they had bee busters or something like that take care of them. What not to do when you see a beehive, I marked down a few things here, and these are things that really people have done. Do not throw rocks at the beehive. You're just going to make them mad, and they're going to come get you. And these are just, I'm talking about just honeybees. Use garden hose. My neighbor was going to do this once, and I told him to put the hose down because once you spray that hive, I bet you $100 you're going to have at least 50 bites on you before you get to your front door. Just leave them alone and let's see what happens. Most of the time they just build a bivouac in a tree and it looks like almost like a football. And they'll be there for 2 or 3 days. Leave them alone, they'll go. They're just looking for another home, and because they broke away from another hive, so now they're looking for another place to live. If not, you can call one of the beekeepers up in Orange County and they can come down there, but you can save yourself some money if you just, wait a few minutes if you can, or days. Wasp spray is another thing. Don't do that because you can't get all the bees. And the ones that are surviving are going to come after you. So please don't use wasp spray. And all of the above, or I'm just talking about honeybees, not the Africanized bees or anything else. Africanized bees will attack you normally up to about 1,600 feet. I saw one thing on TV where they had their full mask on and the whole thing, and they messed with some Africanized bees, and they chased them for almost 1.5 miles before they stopped. The regular honeybees, maybe a block or so, 100 yards or so, they'll quit because all they're doing is protecting their hive. Honeybees.
Time's up.
Oh, okay. I thought we could go to the rest, but
How much more you have?
about 2 lines.
Oh,
Okay, that's about the difference with the venom in a African bee and a honeybee is the same. It's, what is it called? Militant, and it's a clear deal. It's got 26 different pain things in it, and amino acids, I should say, and that's what causes the pain. But they're almost the same. Last time we voted on aerial spraying for vector control. Lake Forest and San Clemente voted against it, only because they didn't give us enough information of what was the criteria for actually doing the aerial spraying. I don't want to be the odd man out, but I don't want just some company to say, okay, we got an okay for aerial spraying, and nobody knows. Will it be because a lot of people got West Nile virus, or a few mosquitoes came positive? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I know a lot of residents support the no spraying over Lake Forest, so thank you, as Vector Control, supporting that as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on up, Monica, before she speaks. Just wanted to say, if you don't know about that bee situation, that the firemen, I think that 3 of them or 4 of them they were so anxious to save the woman that they didn't put on their protective devices. They just went ahead and went in there and probably saved her life, and they themselves got stung. So I've asked the acting city manager to invite them for our next city council to show how much we appreciate that they did that for our citizens. A terrific action, and thank them so much, but we'll officially thank them in the future. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mom.
Monica Leadback, followed by David Carter.
Hello, everybody. I am following up here for the Bennett Ranch permitted parking. Last Friday, I dropped off 10 reports for each council member and the lieutenant and a couple of other people. I hope everybody's had a chance to look at it. There's also a hard drive. I think Juan has it. If you need to just download it, you don't want the paper. Really like you to take a look at it. I think our situation in Bennett Ranch really does warrant the remaining streets to be permitted parking, grandfathered in. We are surrounded, as you all know, by 4 complexes that have all permitted parking their sites. Doesn't seem like it's going away. The survey that we all like to do only shows a portion of what is actually happening out there. We've had break-ins, we've had some tires damaged, we've had 53-foot semis. I mean, we've had it all out there. So I'm respectfully asking that, and I know it's not on the agenda, that the council tonight take a vote and take a special vote and just grandfather our streets in. If we wait for the traffic commission to come through, that's another 30 days before they even meet. It'll be another 30 days before something is done, or maybe whatever has to be done, it might be another 30 days. And quite frankly, we've been doing this in August, it will be 3 years. So again, hopefully you've all had a chance to look at that. And again, just respectfully ask that you take that vote for us tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for all your work. I know you and your whole community have been working hard on this, and thank you for getting it to us early. By the way, and this is a good tip for everybody out there, if you're going to submit something like that, sometimes people come up tonight and they give it to us, and there's really no way we can give it a fair look at all. But by sending it early, we had plenty of time to study it, we have time to put it on the website, so you did the right thing. And for those of you who don't understand how the public comment works, we have 5 interns sitting out there, and I know they don't understand, but many of you also don't understand. During public comments, while we can hear things, we are not by law allowed to do anything about what we hear. Later on, during a thing called council comments, we can propose that we do something at some future date, but we're not allowed to act tonight on anything which doesn't appear on the agenda. So hopefully somebody will raise that during the council comments.
That will be me. I'll mention it in council
Great.
comments.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, we have Facebook Live. I forgot to welcome the Facebook Live people. And when we finish with the public comments here in the audience, we'll turn it over to Facebook Live for their comments. Welcome, Dave.
Welcome. Dave Carter, Lake Forest resident, Honorable Mayor, and members of council. I'm here to let you know what's happening with the Boys and Girls Club. You all should be in receipt of invitations that we disseminated for our Night of the Stars Spring Gala, which we held Friday, August the 24th. We're going to hold it here in Lake Forest this year because we're coming in. We're coming in. The second thing I want to let you know, we have turned in our pre-application forms to the Planning Commission, which gives us our renderings, site plan, the whole layout, and our plan of action for what we are contemplating doing. So hopefully we'll get that in motion quite soon. And speaking of motion, I'll tell you what, last Thursday I think I had the best day of my life. I went down, if you're available, at between 7:30 and 8 in the morning, and have the opportunity to be down by El Toro Park where the tennis courts are. You'll see a bus arrive from the Boys and Girls Club. We pick up 50 kids each day and take them down to Boys and Girls Club. I had the opportunity last Thursday because I was gathering pictures to be down there and didn't realize that was the day that my group had planned to take the kids fishing down at Kiding Point. So I had over 50 kids show up there. I didn't realize it was both beach and fishing day, and just the exuberance on these kids' faces as we went down. So we got pictures as they got on the bus and then went down to Boys and Girls Club to see what was going on down there. And what gives me the sense of what this is all about was to see the interaction of our kids and the kids down at Laguna Beach and the kids from Aliso Viejo all getting together, and they come in an orderly fashion, and then it's just, they scatter like cats. Kids were out on the play field, kids were in the game room, kids were in the art room, the technology room, and our kids were donning their t-shirts, ones to go to the beach and ones to go for the fishing trip for the day. And you talk about gratification to know these kids are safe, they're in good hands, and the social connection that they're making is well worth the effort that we're putting out. So I'd like to say, invite you at any time. We pick them up at 8 o'clock in the morning. You got to be here a little bit early, but if you want to get a good start to the day, that's the way to do it. So with that, I want to thank you for all your assistance and help, and we'll be talking to you very shortly about our application.
Okay, it's a great event. I've been there many times, and it's so nice that it's going to be in Lake Forest instead of Costa Mesa this time. Thank you very much. And they have great deals. You know, they have these auction things and silent auctions, and it's well worth going. Just the auctions are terrific there. Food is great.
Food's going to be great, and
Food is
the
always
activity is going to be a lot different, more active this year. So we've actually got a live auctioneer, and we're playing a couple little fun games just to get everything kicked off. And it's Night Under the Stars, New York jazz, so we're going to have a lot of big band music going on too. Plus we'll have a live band.
If people want to sign up, is there a phone number or
Yes,
email address?
You can go to www.bgc Lake Forest, which is Boys and Girls Club Lake Forest. That's bgclakeforest.org. They'll take you directly to our event site. And from there you can jump around wherever you want to go. So, or they can contact me directly.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for those that aren't aware, Jay was talking about how he's submitted renderings to the Planning Commission. That is for a new facility inside Lake Forest. The City Council approved that, and we're finally getting plans underway, so we're going to have a really good resource for our students.
I think you're going to like the plans.
Good.
Jim Rosenberg, followed by Bob Stewart.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, to include one MIA, staff, something totally different, non-controversial, believe it or not. But I am up here with a request to rename something. The Parks and Recreation Commission. And I think it's not news to anybody sitting there because I've mentioned it a number of times. But over the past number of years, it's become increasingly obvious that what we do on the commission goes far beyond a park and recreation equipment, let's say, in that facility. And we get into special needs, we get into seniors, that in its own right within a year are going to mushroom in Lake Forest with the new Civic Center. And we're thinking that our commission was 100% in consensus to a motion that I finally surfaced a couple of meetings ago, that we go to the city council and ask to be renamed. And of course, that's a major hurdle. We did not have the budget for an advertising agency from Madison Avenue. We kind of like maybe quality of life, because that's really what we touch, but that's a little too esoteric. So our decision was to mirror the department we support, Community Services, and I know on good intel that our director somewhere along the line has submitted something in writing, and I know you four get volumes every week to read. But I guess, and I understand how this process works, that hopefully at the end of the meeting, somebody can kind of talk about bringing this up at a council agenda with the idea of changing the name of the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Lake Forest Community Services Commission. It's also nothing that is totally foreign. There are a number of other cities that do exactly the same thing and call the commission exactly that. I thank you for having the opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure we need to do a consensus, because that's on the list of things that we're going to do anyway. So it's already, there's a list of like 50 or 60 things we're trying to do. And it's just a question of getting council time to fit them in. So that's already underway on that long list of...
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please. Actually, there was a council update that went to the council advising everyone of the vote and the discussion that occurred in the commission meeting. And it was really left to the city council to bring this up and
Oh, you want us to do
to
that?
ask, to decide
Yeah.
if you're amenable to changing the name of the commission.
I already put it on the list of things to do, so, but I don't mind bringing it up tonight. Okay.
Thank you. Hopefully it could be sooner than later, maybe even a consent action.
It's not a big item.
Thank you.
I actually believe there was a memo that went out. I think you can actually notify the city manager, and I think that she can take care of agendizing it from there.
Yeah, I had already had those discussions. So
Perfect.
I think it's
Okay.
already in advance, but it doesn't, we can do it. We can add the council consensus tonight. No problem.
Bob Stewart?
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and council members who are present, as you know, every time Stuart gets a new piece of wardrobe, he comes and talks about it. So please note, can you read that from there? I have to do one of the most fun things I've done, and I'm going to tell you 3 things in 3 minutes that were a great week. Working for the 4th of July parade was awesome. They give you a cool shirt, they overfeed you so you can't fit in that shirt, and it was unbelievable. Real quick, pancakes at 7, that's a rough way to start a day. Then we had a noon lunch, again, they want to fill us up in these shirts. Marines, Cub Scouts, dancing, music, church groups, cool cars, even an old tractor that didn't run over any of my Cub Scouts. It was fun. I'll be there next year, and I'm not sure I'm going to stay the 27 years like the Grand Marshal John Irish. Number 2, I was invited by that tall fellow who just left here that wants to change the name of the city. He invited a bunch of us, several of us, to go down to the United States Marine Corps. My dad was once a Marine at Pendleton, and it was fun. That was on Tuesday the 10th. It was Marine Family Beach Day right at Camp Pendleton. If you folks haven't seen one of the most unspoiled beaches in SoCal, it was unbelievable. We burned a bunch of burgers, charred up some hot dogs, my specialty. We fed 250 people, Marines, wives, and kids. They were all smiling, they were all grateful, and this great representative, Mr. Jim Rosenberg, mentioned Lake Forest about every 45 seconds. That was well done. When he gave away, and by the way, not one dime, my understanding, not one dime comes from the city for this organization, for the Marines. I believe that's correct. He gave away about $2,500 in prizes, a 50-inch TV that I coveted for about half an hour, gift certificates, all kinds of stuff. And I repeat, not one dime of city money was used. And there was a pie eating contest, and I know Councilwoman Basil might appreciate this.
I missed it.
This is the only female on that dais is the one who won. She kicked butt. Okay, number 3, yellow light. There's something called this 2040. Another thing you get is cool sunglasses, which my grandkids say, don't wear them over your glasses, you look like a dork. Any married person knows that it's nice to have someone actually listen to your hopes and dreams. These people are city planners, and they actually listen to low lives like me, and they actually ask us, what should we do about bike paths, public transport, all kinds of stuff. They actually solicit our input, and I think it was one of the 3 best meetings I've attended. So I appreciate that. I think you guys got the right group, and that's my 5 cents worth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And just for everybody, information, those are 2 opportunities you have to help make the city a better place. The 4th of July Parade Committee, it starts in January, and they about 40 or 50. Larissa's a member. Who else? Loretta's a member. Bob's a member. Who else?
Irish and his wife.
No, I'm just thinking who's here now. I'm a member. It's great. It's good fun. As he said, they feed you more than you really should eat. And then it's great fun, the parade, it's great. So those are opportunities if you want to get involved in the city. They usually meet Monday nights starting in January, the first Monday. So that's a great opportunity. In the U.S. Marine Corps, we have we support the law enforcement battalion there at Camp Pendleton, and that's another opportunity for you to get involved in the city. Jim is involved there, Colonel Cagley's involved in that group. And I believe next month, aren't they having a baby shower for the Marines? Oh, actually, you know this because your wife.
Lake Forest, the Sunnysdale Women's Club is having their annual baby shower.
Can you speak into the
Okay, let them know.
I'm sorry. On August 5th, the Sunnysdale Women's Club is having their annual Marine baby shower. I think it's been the 9th year in a row they've held it. They take 8 ladies. Some are Marines, some are spouses of Marines, and it's their first baby. They're from out of town. That's one of the requirements. And E5 and below rank, I believe, is also required, or a limiting factor. But it's always a great time, great fun. Come and join us.
Yeah, that's a great event as well. So thank you, Bob, for participating in the city. The city has more active people and more committees going now, and this really, I'm proud of how active our city is in supporting these kind of activities. Next.
No more requests, Your Honor.
Facebook Live. We got 2 people from Facebook Live. Do you know we're the only city in the United States who allows people to participate via internet, not simply to watch, but to participate? And sometimes they say strange things, but oftentimes it's good stuff. So let's see what's on tap.
Grateful we have a filter filtering out some of the comments.
No, we don't filter.
Cuss words.
Oh, cuss words. Yeah. He doesn't filter. But he doesn't do the exclamation points either anymore. So no exclamation points, no cuss words.
Just for clarification, I know we're just in jest here, but he can't filter anything. So it's state law. So whatever gets typed there, he has to say.
Well, but he doesn't say period and comma.
No, but he has to say every word. It's a freedom of speech issue.
Oh, even cuss words?
You would have to.
Ooh,
This should be fun.
an R-rated Facebook Live.
The city attorney actually tested to make sure I knew those words.
Okay, we're ready, but I'm going to cover my ears.
We have 2 tonight. Karen Garces. Is Lake Forest planning on a water park / splash pad like Ladera and Rancho Santa Margarita is planning on doing? It is a great addition to our great city, and we get that on the agenda.
Tom Wheeler's in charge of our public works and our capital improvement programs, so can you give a brief answer for that? Or maybe Scott Watchman, in charge of community services?
We don't have plans at this time. So the short answer is that we couldn't find an appropriate location for something like that. It becomes when you put something like that out in the community, it becomes a destination. And there are other amenities that go along with the splash pad. But we can also talk about that a little bit more for item 16.
Oh, okay. Okay, next question.
Chad Marlosh, common council. I would like to know if the city plans to address the substance abuse recovery homes that are popping up in the city. We have 2 on our street, and they are constantly driving people in and out all day. These are businesses, and I would think they need to operate in an appropriately zoned area.
Okay, thank you. The city has an ordinance, it's called our Transitory Housing Ordinance, and we passed that about 6 months ago. And what it basically does in order to preserve the quality of our neighborhoods is it forbids any type of transitory housing. Examples of that are Airbnb, for example, or people who use their houses as hotels, or it could be substance abuse, so any kind of transitory housing. If they are a licensed substance abuse facility, then they are exempted from that law. And if they're not, then they're subject to that law. We work on a complaint basis, and we do get complaints about Airbnb and substance abuse, etc. If you use Ask Lake Forest on the website and you report it, we will follow up and do something about it. We send them a letter, we check to make sure they're licensed. So we have already seen several of these types of places closed down, and the city is active, but we do it on a complaint basis, so we need your information, where it is, and as much information as you can possibly give us. If it's a licensed, well, then that's probably all I should say. Did the city attorney have any more you want to say?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think you said it as well as it could be said. If it's licensed in 6 or fewer, we can't really do anything, but we operate on complaints, so please let code enforcement know every detail you have about any short-term rental in your neighborhood, and we will certainly pursue that. We have pursued that. In fact, we have litigation pending against one, and we have filed numerous admin sites against others. So again, please help us know where these are operating.
Yeah, it's a big issue for us, and we are concerned about it. Even if they're licensed, if they're creating a nuisance, then you can report it either to the HOA if it's inside your HOA. I have one of them in my HOA, my own HOA, or if it's not in an HOA, you can also report it to the police. So just because if it's a noise violence or a traffic violation or a parking violation, just because they're licensed doesn't exempt them from the normal laws about nuisances. So, and thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing from them. That's it? Okay.
More requests?
Moving along to the consent calendar. The warrant register, all matters listed under the warrant register are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council, public, or staff request items be removed from the warrant for separate action. And we actually have 2 because we missed the meeting last week. Let me do the first one, which is the July 17th warrant register. Any public questions?
No.
Council? Okay, we have a move. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, vote please. Warrant register is basically paying our bills.
That motion carries with Councilmember Boyd's absent from the dais.
Okay, number 2, we'll vote on the warrant register for July 10th. Any public requests?
No, Your Honor.
Council?
I'll move that also.
Okay. Vote please.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now we come to the consent calendar. Miscellaneous items number 3 through 14. Once again, all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council, public or staff request specific items be removed from the consent calendar. Have there been any requests to remove?
Yes, Your Honor. Item 14.
Okay. Okay, item 14. Council. do you-
Number 11.
Number 11, okay. Anybody else? I wanted to remove number 6. So that's 6, 11, 14, going. Any more? All right, then I'll move the remainder.
Second.
Second, let's vote.
That motion carries with Councilmember Woods absent from the dais.
Okay, you gonna say that every time? Okay. Now we'll go through the consent items that we pulled. City Manager Quarterly Report. The only reason I pulled that was to say, that's a really interesting report. It's the first time the city, actually this is our second report, but the first time the city ever did it. Welcome. How did you vote on the last motion? Because she's waiting for it.
Sorry, not a fever. But I know there's traffic commissioners out there to be appointed, and so we're excited about your guys' participation in the city.
So, item number 6, the city manager's quarterly report. Take a look at that. That's very informative and shows you how much we're busy doing. With that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Vote, please. Okay, item number 11, pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Basil.
I pulled this item because we have Kids Factory in the city, and most of our schools have an after-school program from 2:15 to 4:30 every day. And this is a fantastic program to keep kids from being, turnkey kids. I was one of those latchkey kids growing up, and I'm glad we have those programs here in the city. I noticed the price is going up, and honestly, it's worth it. I mean, to keep kids off the street and get them in a program where, they're able to have proper supervision, I think it's worth every penny. But the reason why I had it pulled was because I would like the council to consider having a Kids Factory program in the summertime. Currently, we don't have anything like that in the city. We have TLC, which for a lot of parents, it's like $600 a month for kids to be in that program, and there are some families that just don't have that kind of money. And for us, I have my kids in Summer Kids Factory, but we have to drive to Mission Viejo schools. And I spoke with a couple of the staff members for Kids Factory, and they had expressed that they've noticed that kids that weren't part of the normal school program there, they don't seem to fit in as well. They tend to be more isolated. They're not as participatory as the kids who are always going to those programs. So I think it would be great for continuity and for kids to be, more confident to be able to keep it in our schools where the kids already know the other students that are there, and the fact that parents don't have to drive 5 to 8 miles to get their kids to a school that does offer a program. So, I just wanted the council maybe to give their thoughts and consideration to extending the program through the summertime next summer.
So this would be a budget item to add to the, when's our next budget meeting?
Mayor and council member. We could add this, we could start, well, we would have to get with the school district and get a price, see how many schools we're going to hold it at. So why don't you let staff do some homework behind the scenes? We can do a Thursday memo or an update to the city council, let you know, and then we could put something on a future agenda or bring it back during the budget workshop starting, we start building the budget in January of 2019, and then as we go through that process, we can bring it back to you then. You can see a price, we can get with the school district, and if the council asks us to go forward with it, then we can move forward with it.
Do you want a motion or a consensus? What's the...
Well, I don't think I need a motion. We can do a Thursday update to you and talk to the school district, and then during our budget workshop and our budget process with the city council, we can go through it and talk about it.
Okay, well, I just want to be sure that the other council members are on board. I'm certainly on board.
Mr. Mayor, just if I may, I'd like to look at all the potential options that might be available. As was mentioned during public comment, the Boys and Girls Club are currently working with 50 youth every single day, and so they might want to consider bidding on something like that as well. And so providing those looking at an array of options, I think would be a good idea rather than just singling out one in particular. So just see what it might do. So
I agree. I think that our kids in Lake Forest have a wealth of time on their hands during the summertime. So with the fact that with the boys and girls coming in, ours as a city, we pay to lease space from the Satellite Unified School District for the Kids Factory after school programs during the school year. So I'm just wondering how prohibited that would be with them having to open up the campuses for us just in the summertime. So I think it's worth to look into the Boys and Girls Club and get prices back on both as options.
Yeah, or even an RFP, so go investigate.
So staff will do some research, and then we'll update the city council.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
Okay, I'll second. Let's vote. Okay, item number 14, the Civic Center Low Voltage Technology Report. Pulled by a member of the public.
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Bosworth, followed by Jody Thomas.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Chris Bosworth. I'm the Regional General Manager for AVI-SPL Southern California. We are here protesting the decision to reject all the bid packages for the Civic Center Low Voltage Technology Project. We sent a formal response into the city earlier today. I'm not sure if any of you have seen that or in receipt of it. I brought several hard copies if you'd like them, otherwise I can just provide some bullet points. So I'll kind of run through a few bullet points on this while those are being distributed. So briefly, AVI-SPL is the largest AV integrator in the world, over 21 employees, over 40 global offices, 40 years of industry experience, $713 million in annual revenue during fiscal year 2017. AVI-SPL was one of the authorized prime contractors who was pre-qualified for this project. We chose to partner with Berg Electric in our response to the city, who was also authorized as a prime contractor for the other low voltage security and data cabling portions of the scope. We were the prime and carried the AV portion. We were under the, based on the information that was provided today, we were told that PS2 Engineering, who did the technology design, estimated the cost of this project to be about $3.6 million. AVI-SPL's response to that bid came in about $3.2 million, about $400,000 less than what was initially estimated as the valuation of the project. We were not the low bidder. The low bidder was, we were informed, was disqualified on some basis that was not disclosed to us. So we were subsequently told that we were awarded the project on July 9th. We received an executable contract, and we were told that that would be sent to the City Council for approval tonight. We signed and returned those prior to the Thursday, July 12th cutoff to be able to make the vote for our contract being approved per the city's directions. We received an email on the Friday, July 13th after that stating that the decision had been made to reject all bids due to a clarification issue. We were also told subsequently that assuming this vote goes through and all bids are rejected, that the bid would be reissued with no changes to the scope of the project and just some minor clarification on the language related to how you're able to bid as a bidder. As AVI-SPL and Prime were both, AVI-SPL and Berg, who were both prime bidders, we understood very clearly that we could only submit one bid to the city and that we could not submit our bid also as a subcontractor to any of the other prime bidders that were providing bid quotes to the city. We found it very clear. And,
time is up.
Okay. I just have a couple more points if you don't mind real quick. So in our, I'll jump to, the purpose of competitive bidding is to guard against favoritism, extravagance, fraud, and corruption, and to hold the companies to the lowest possible number. In our opinion, that bringing this out for rebid now that all of the bidders' numbers have been shared as public knowledge would not be in the best interest of competitive nature of the bid. Everybody's going to submit everybody knows everybody's number at this point. So with no change to the scope, there really should be no reason to rebid the project. Thank you.
Okay, is that through Public Works, or did that come through you? Oh, was there a second person? Oh, I'm sorry.
Jody Thomas.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I am with Golden Star Technologies, and we also responded to this bid, and we were the low bidder. We were disqualified on a technicality. There was a misunderstanding of, it was not clear to us on the bid. If you look at what your staff said, they even said upon review of the wording of the bid instruction and bid addenda, staff concluded that misinterpretation of the provision was possible. One of my points is we were $300,000 lower. I don't think as a taxpayer of Lake Forest, I would be happy to pay $300,000 more for a bid that was not clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So did that go through your office or through Tom?
So staff's recommendation is to, because of the clarification in some of the language, staff is recommending to reject all bids tonight, and we will rebid this ASAP as soon as we can. So that's what we're recommending to move forward with, and how we, to put out another bid.
And there's nothing illegal or improper about us doing this?
Mr. Mayor and Council, the Council's prerogative in this instance is certainly to award to the lowest responsive bidder, or to reject all bids. That's always within Council's prerogative. And in this instance, where there is current wording issues, there is no problem at all with rejecting all bids and rebidding this project.
And if I remember correctly, rebidding it is not going to hurt us in terms of the schedule?
No, last week we went through the master schedule, and we have sufficient time to send this back out to rebid without affecting any other schedule on this project.
Any question?
So with respect to the wording, is that going to change when this goes out again? There's some misunderstanding here, so, I'm trying to understand from the staff report. It seems like there wouldn't necessarily be any new bidders. Is that correct?
I will work with the city attorney, but we will get the same 5 qualified bidders that were originally on, and we'll send it to all 5 that were pre-qualified.
Okay, and so my specific question is just, is the language going to change there? And we'll just to clarify.
We will
that language.
clarify the language.
Okay.
We'll get the, we'll rewrite the language, send it to the city attorney, make sure it's good, and then we'll reissue it.
Okay. Second question is this boilerplate language, or is this specific to this particular contract?
Good evening. This particular bid was a bid addendum. It was in the wording, so it wasn't specific. It wasn't our generic language, excuse me. It was in response to a question that came out during the bidding process. So it's a little more fluid process than that, and that was the exact wording that got could be misunderstood, which is why we're here tonight.
Would we potentially use the same phraseology?
We'll never use that phraseology again.
That's really what I'm getting to. So just to make sure that we don't, continue this, because obviously we don't like to see delay with contracts. But when there seems to be some confusion, at least from my perspective, I want to make sure that everyone is operating from a fair playing field. And I definitely understand the concerns that have been brought up with the first commenter. But it's just to make sure everyone's again playing on the same playing field is important for me. So thank you very much for the answers.
Any other questions? Are there any other comments on this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, do I have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation to reject all bids and go back out.
Second? I'll second. Vote, please.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to the, and that concludes the concession items, consensus items, miscellaneous. Moving on to discussion, action items, item 15, appointment of traffic and parking commissioners. First of all, let me say what a long time it's taken us to get to this point. It's taken years for us to, for the council. Everybody out there knows traffic and parking are a problem. It's taken years for the council to realize that it's a problem. So thank you to this council for recognizing that. And thank you to the 10 people who applied. There's only 5 spots, so 5 of you will get in and 5 of you won't. I hope the 5 of you who don't get in don't get discouraged. There are plenty of opportunities to get involved in city activities. Bob earlier talked about the parade committee, the U.S. Support Committee. Dave Carter talked about the Boys and Girls Club. We have a special needs committee that just formed last month. We have an animal welfare committee that I believe is meeting for the first time this week. So there are lots of other opportunities to get involved if you don't make it. There's a senior advisory committee. We're beginning to have committees coming out the yin yang. So there's plenty of stuff you can be involved in. And thank you for taking the time to apply tonight. There was a misunderstanding, I think, between me and some of the other members of the council and the staff as to how this was going to go. This is the first time we've adopted a procedure which involves individual staff members making an appointment. When I first recommended that, it was my idea that the procedure would stay the same. In other words, we would interview people, they'd come up, but when it came to the voting, we would change, and instead of everybody voting, it would be one by one, we would go through and nominate the people. And I did that because in the past, there was a feeling that when 3 people were of like mind on the council, which is normally what happened on councils in this city, they tended to, all 3 of them, develop a particular commission. And this way, by having each member nominate somebody, that seemed to be a fairer way to proceed. And in fact, there are other cities that do that, so we weren't reinventing the wheel by this procedure. But somehow that meaning didn't get translated into the procedure that ultimately we adopted, which, so coming into this meeting, 4 people have already been nominated. Of the 5, I'm the only one that didn't nominate somebody as of yet. And I think that's unfair. Nobody intended it to happen that way, I don't think. So what I'm going to do is although there's a procedure I've been told by the city attorney, I don't have to pay attention to it, thank God. And so I'm going to go back to the way it was intended to happen, so that those 10 people, if they're here, get a chance to come up for 3 minutes and talk about themselves and why they want to be on the new commission. We will listen, ask questions if we want to, and when everybody's finished, we can then go ahead and we'll nominate the process that was originally proceeded. And after somebody chooses, we will then vote. And I apologize, it's not what we intended, but sometimes it doesn't work the way we intended. In any event, do we have
Larissa Clark, followed by Grady Glover.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening. Larissa Clark, resident of Lake Forest since 1998. I think traffic was my second love after veterans.
She worked to get a traffic light in her for, what, 12 years, and she was,
Wait, stop my time.
I'm sorry.
It was 9 years to get a school crosswalk safely lit, because my daughter was hit in it as a pedestrian. But thank you, Mr. Wheel, Dave Rogers. Okay, back to, I would like to talk about the traffic commission candidates and the selection, process. I'm happy to hear that we're going to hear from the candidates. I want to talk about one candidate, Mr. Tedimer. He's the only candidate that didn't provide a resume other than his past history as an elected Lake Forest official. So I'm interested to hear what he specifically brings to the table. Because I'm a little confused as to why a relic like Tedimer, who contributed to the traffic and parking situation that we now currently have, is willing to serve us. He got us into this traffic mess. I don't trust that he can get us out of this mess. He's no longer a representative for me. The irony that Mr. Tedimer is now applying for the Traffic Commission is quite profound. Not even a resume, or how do you do? Unsuccessfully, he ran for SVU school board in 2016, and then unsuccessfully ran in the special recall election in January 2018. So unsuccessfully, I believe the people of Lake Forest have already spoken twice about Mr. Tedimer. So those are the residents. And now he wants to do the traffic commission. It seems he just wants to be a politician, in my opinion. We don't need any more of those politicians. I do not want Tedimer on the traffic commission. He is just more of the same and doesn't put the residents first. If he truly wanted to give back, I have 3 local organizations that could really use some volunteer hours. He can start tomorrow. Come be one of us residents, not a politician, and give of your time with no agenda. Council members, please put residents' quality life and our community first. Do not choose Tedimer. The city's motto is, remember the past, challenge the future. For the sake of transparency, questions for the council that I would like answered, please explain why you chose the candidate you chose. Robinson, I understand you preemptively chose Tedimer. How do you reconcile this support for him? He represented the developers, took campaign funds, and now wants to hold them accountable for traffic and parking impacts. And you helped contribute to that, developers. That's the second question, if you are going to choose Tedimer. And 3, when making your choice, did you ask yourself, what do I want and the residents of Lake Forest want their city to look like 20 or 30 years from now? Please choose wisely and with my and the city's residents' best interest in your mind and heart. Thank you.
Thank you. There was, I believe there was, in regard to his resume, it didn't get forwarded to us, but apparently that was an error.
Mayor, yes, there was an error. Either an error or it got forwarded to us, we didn't get it, but Mark resent that and then resent that to the city council. So last week, I'd have to ask the city clerk, I think last Thursday or Friday, that was resent to the city council.
It did ultimately reach us.
That's right.
Any other comments?
Grady Glover.
Welcome.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, I submitted a request to speak form just to make sure that I could speak, but I am one of the 10 candidates, so I didn't know if you wanted me to speak now or later, but I'd really only like to just go one time, if that's okay.
What's your preference, now or later?
When the rest of the candidates go.
We're going through them now.
Are there any other public comments before the candidates go?
Not here. Jonathan?
Okay, and I'm going to do it alphabetically so you're here, but let's start him now, not...
Reset the clock, please.
Reset the clock.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to apply to become a member of the new Traffic and Parking Commission. Having served for 1 full year in an unpaid capacity on the CTAG, or the Citizens Traffic Advisory Group, I'm glad to see that this new important commission has finally come to fruition. As many of you know, I'm a happily married father of 3 with 3 school-aged children, living in Portola Hills, where I've lived for about 12 years. And prior to that time, I lived further down El Toro Road, closer to Fire Station 19. You see, in addition to having previously served on the CTAG, I also served our city as a volunteer firefighter in the late 1990s and early 2000s. And I also served for the city of Santa Ana as a volunteer firefighter as well. My combined total years of service to our communities as a volunteer firefighter is 11 years. And I've got 1 additional year of service on the CTAG for 12 total years of combined service to our community as a volunteer. In addition to serving our communities as a volunteer and being a father and a husband, I'm also a highly trained professional. I work at one of the top boutique law firms here in Orange County, Callahan & Blaine, where I work as an e-discovery and litigation specialist, dealing with very complex litigation and involving hundreds of millions of dollars for all of our clients. I'm also an instructor part-time at UCI, where I teach legal technology. Service on the CTAG was an honor, and as I emailed to you yesterday, we were able to accomplish quite a bit given our limited mandate from the council back in 2015. In addition to the honor of serving, I'm here to let you know that the time and money invested into the CTAG mission and all of the time that Mr. Wheeler spent with us need not go to waste. You see, I'm the only holdover from the CTAG who has applied for a position on this commission. One other member of the CTAG has already ascended to the Planning Commission, where I believe he's now serving as the chairperson. If all 5 of you choose to select other candidates, I would ask the following 3 questions of each of you. Number 1, what is the purpose of serving the city for more than 1 year as a volunteer on the predecessor committee to this commission, only to be passed over later for others who didn't even bother to apply for that first committee? I believe there's one exception. That's one of the selections. His first name's Jim, and he's actually a great selection. But the rest of the people that applied for this commission didn't even bother to apply for the CTAG. Secondly, why does service on the CTAG not automatically make you more qualified than someone who has never served our city in any capacity, whether as a volunteer, an employee, or in any other fashion? And third, I participated in council meetings, the CTAG, the recent general plan workshops, city council meetings online through Facebook, events like Taste of Lake Forest, movie nights and concerts at the sports park. Why doesn't any of that count if your selection has not done any or all of these things in our community? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for all your service in the past. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, the next going alphabetically is Monica Levac.
That's Michael Law. I did not come that prepared. I'm even impressed by him. Been a resident for the city, in the city of Lake Forest for the last 31 years. I've seen this city change dramatically when it comes to traffic. I have been in law enforcement pretty much all my life. Started out in IRS when I was 18 years old. Eventually ended up and retired from the highway patrol. So I have a lot of traffic in my background. I have currently worked for a company that is doing, that monitors the traffic here in Orange County, LA, Ventura, Riverside, and San Bernardino. I just want to get it cleaned up. That's all I want to do. And I know that I don't have maybe the qualifications as the gentleman behind me. However, I have a love for this city. I've been here this whole time. I really want to see this all change. We have just been inundated with between the traffic lights, the poor movement of vehicles, the parking situation throughout. I think a lot of residents in the city are frustrated. So again, those are my little qualifications. I would love to get this done. I know it's only for a year, and again, I would do it for free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all the time you've put in on this project. I know you've worked really hard and really well on it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's not just 1 year, correct? Isn't it during the term of the council person who's doing the appointing?
Who appoints, yes ma'am.
Just for clarification, I think the comment from the first speaker was that the CTAG was 1 year. So it wasn't that this term would be that he served for 1 year.
Does anybody have questions for Monica? Okay, next on alphabetically is John McLean. Welcome, John.
My name's John McLean. I've been a resident of Lake Forest for 37 years, since 1981. And I'm retired, have lots of time. And I used to be a mediator in Superior Court. Attorneys don't like it because we take a lot of money away from them. So, and we work pro bono most of the time. But I'm a court-appointed attorney, appointed by judges and so on. Anyway, I'm well aware of the parking problem and traffic problem. I've been involved in an accident here in Lake Forest myself at Serrano and Lake Forest. I remember when Lake Forest Drive stopped at Tribuco, and there were only stop signs on El Toro Road, and this is and only stop signs on Lake Forest too. And it's been a long, long time. We used to have an entrance sign to the city of Lake Forest that said no parking, no overnight parking. That was a long, long time ago, and that's back in the El Toro days, back before 1991 we became a city. Anyway, I'd like to be on the parking commission and see what's going on and maybe make a difference. I know I have my home backs up to Greenbelt, and we get a lot of overflow from the condos on the other side of Tribuco. And it's really a problem. A lot of noise and everything. And I'm sure this happens to a lot of people that live here at Lake Forest that back up to Greenbelt and other parks and whatever, so on and so forth. So, anyway, thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Stay there and see if there's any questions. John, I had a question for you, John. Like the first person was on CTAG, and Monica's been like a dog dragging this thing for over a year. So I know what their interests are in terms of parking and traffic. What suddenly got you, activated that you wanted to get involved in this issue?
Oh, I read the city newsletter that came in the mail, or in the email. It was one of the last items in the email, I believe, and for consideration. So I thought I'd put an application in and see what happens.
Okay, great.
And
thank you very much.
Anyway, I am retired and have lots of time, and hopefully make a difference and get some of that traffic off El Toro Road and all the other feeder roads. So, anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Alphabetically, Sonny Morfer. Come on down. Just, I don't know that if I have to do disclosures. Many of these people I knew, like Grady and Monica and Sonny and Jim, and some of them I didn't know, like John and Jordan, who I managed to get time to talk with before this meeting. And the other three people I didn't get enough time to speak with. So, just a disclosure. Yeah.
Good evening. It's nice to see each of you. I bring my candidacy on the basis of a longtime resident here, along with others that I'm hearing about. When my wife and I first moved to what was El Toro, it was in 1972, so I've seen lots of changes too. At the time that I was living for the first time in the Lake Forest 2 Master Homeowners Association, within the first 2 years that I was there, I was elected president of the board. I was appointed then as a representative of the board of directors at that time to participate in what was called the Saddleback Valley Area Coordinating Council. Some of you who've been here a long time may recall that auspicious group because we represented what ultimately became the city of Lake Forest. And we talked about traffic. We talked about the noise that would come from these folks in Irvine that wanted to have this facility built that no longer is there. And the gist of it basically is that my involvement in the city has not been through the city fathers, if you will, but more from the HOA. Keep in mind, Lake Forest 2 is a small city in and of itself with over 3,400 homes involved. I get reelected each year that I go out and campaign. This year was no exception. I probably went to over 350, maybe 400 homes in an attempt to present myself and ask for their vote, and I got it. We do lots of things in support of not only through our women's club, but we do lots to support the interests that we have in our community pertaining to things that are in large way recreation, but even more than that. We have CC&Rs that are enforced. We have residents that come to us that can't get support because of the law, and they ask for us to support them, whether it's some type of nuisance that exists that the law doesn't cover. And if we can, we do, to the extent that when it's necessary, as an association, we've put liens on homes, we've taken folks to court as may be necessary. So the focus of my involvement has been with a group of people that consider themselves leaders, and as a result, my participation is as a leader working with others. Now, over the life that I've had, I've been involved in a whole lot of organizations. Professionally, I was the Teacher Association president. As an administrator, I was the Administrators Association president. Saddleback Valley Area Coordinating Committee, I mentioned. My involvement is a leader among the groups that I have participated in. I've not participated on a city committee. This is my opportunity to try it once and be a participant and involve people who have ideas about causing good things to happen for the city of Lake Forest. Thanks for listening to me.
Stay there. Does anybody have any questions? I guess the same question I asked earlier. Thank you. You know, everybody knows how involved you are in Lake 2 and in broader issues. You're at city council meetings all the time. So thank you for your service in that. What brings you peculiarly to the traffic and parking as an issue now?
I spoke once to the city council about not raising the bar high enough as it relates to some of the issues that existed at the time relative to traffic. I think there should be a green light all the way to the freeway when you start at Foothill Ranch. That has improved, but it's not there. And I recognize that Irvine plays a big part in terms of our crosstown traffic. I understand that pedestrians have an impact on affecting our schedule of lights and so forth, but I think there's a way that we might reasonably make some assumptions that we can improve it. I'd like to talk with others who feel the same way and maybe cause some good things to happen. I've written resolutions that our association has supported that have gone all the way to the state. And when the legislature tried to override it, we got the governor to veto it. If we need to change some laws and so forth, I want to go forward on behalf of the people of the city of Lake Forest.
Thank you very much. Moving along, Robert Pequeño. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of City Council. I've been a resident of Lake Forest since 1989. I retired from the Marine Corps in 2004, and I joined the Orange County Sheriff's Department soon after. I was a patrol deputy here in the city of Lake Forest, and I enforced the codes, the laws, and the community for this city. My reason for wanting to do this is because I had a son that died as a result of a traffic accident, and I don't want another family member from this city to have to go through what my family has been through.
Any questions?
Thank you for applying for the position. What's your number one issue with traffic/parking to you? I understand the traffic accident. I'm so sorry for your loss. But what specifically do you think that you can improve?
I think the traffic flow, the traffic movement, and lighting also, just lighting in streets. His accident was here in Topeka Canyon, which we don't patrol past Cook's Corner, but anything that'll help us not go through what I went through would help the city.
Thank you, and I know several of the people who have applied, and forgive me for not asking other questions, but I haven't spoken with you personally, so I hope you don't mind just asking a couple of
absolutely.
questions. Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone else have a question?
Mayor, thank you for your service in the Marine Corps, and thank you for your service as Orange County Sheriff Deputy. How many years ago was it that traffic accident that your son was injured in?
It was 2011 when my son had his accident, and he passed away in 2017.
As a patrol officer in Lake Forest, was speeding and drunk driving an issue in Lake Forest?
Yes.
Well, thank you for replying.
Thank you.
I have one more question. What do you feel about a street sweeping ordinance, having people move off the street on street sweeping days so we can get the streets clean?
I'm for it.
You know, one of your statements kind of rang true, and I think Sonny Morford brought it up. Flow of traffic. Sometimes we as drivers get started at a green light and we head off as a group, like almost like a herd going through, and then all of a sudden one car pulls up at a light and the whole herd stops for that one car. That's something that I think that you as guys, as traffic commissioners, will have a say in. Something that Lake Forest has already pushed forward to mimic in some of the surrounding cities is Irvine, Huntington Beach, Westminster are having permissive lefts during the evening hours when traffic lights are slow, traffic's slow. The light, instead of waiting for the green arrow, will be a stop light. It will be a permissive left. And so these are things that as traffic commissioners, you guys will have a direct input on where we want to put those and have more of those. And so
You have
I
a
think
question?
all of them, thank you.
No question, okay. I have a question, and I'm so sorry to hear about your child. It's terrible. But the fact is, my understanding is Lake Forest, we did finally, after much work, and did that traffic collision report, and we got that in March or so. Traffic, in fact, we showed up pretty safe on almost all the indicators. And am I misremembering that? No, so our traffic collision rates, we had a couple of intersections that were bad for us, but when you looked at nationwide, those were all below even the average for collision rate. So we don't have a safety, we could always do better, but we don't really have a safety issue. Just in case other people were thinking, oh my God, there's a safety.
Well, the two aren't tied together.
No, I understand that. And we could always do better, but we're doing pretty good now. Question I have for you is, and this is a debate I have with the chief and with the city manager about the costs of the OCS. Are you still with OCS?
I sure am. I'm a sergeant.
Oh, okay. At Laguna?
No, I am now at Harbor Port.
Oh, they got you at the car. Okay, it's probably a lot easier. He was our first homeless liaison officer, by the way. So started a good tradition and then followed by two good people, but you set the standard for the city with that. One of the problems as an OC deputy, you probably know that the contract costs go up every year. And for us, they go up almost $1 million. And we're happy with the quality. Matter of fact, we just came in third in the OCSD in terms of safety the other day. So it's not an issue of quality, but it does become an issue of costs. And one of the issues I've been talking, much to the chief's chagrin, is about the cost of our parking, our CSOs. So they cost us about $130,000 a year, and then $25,000 for the car for parking enforcement. And we're looking at, through the city manager's office, a civilian or code enforcement approach to the traffic and parking officers, not the patrol officers, the traffic and parking. Do you think, and that will come ultimately to the Traffic and Parking Commission to get their thoughts, once we get the bids in on what it would cost us to go, not completely, but to go the bulk of that enforcement being done by civilian. If that turns out to be much cheaper, which it preliminarily does look to be about half the cost. Do you think you have any, is there a conflict because you're on OCSD? Would you have a problem looking at that, judging that?
I will look at it objectively.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service here in Lake Forest with the homeless liaison office. Next one up is Jim Reichert. And do we need to have him up here at all? Come on, just go back and sit down and we're going to move on. This guy, you know, traffic, Lake Forest, it's the first name that comes to
Before
mind.
I've been here 31 years.
Before you start,
Uh-oh.
you took me on a tour.
I did.
We drove not just through your neighborhood, but through the entire city, and you showed me all the intersections you'd like to fix. It was very enlightening.
Yes, it was. I'm a traffic nerd because my wife gets mad at me because every time we go somewhere, and I usually drive, I hit every single red light. She never does, and I always do. So I got into red light traffic analysis, and I have my own acronyms for them, one of which is ARL, always red lights, such as Aspen and Lake Forest, or Dillon and Muirlands. I can go on and on and on and on. So the issue is really, why does that happen? A lot of it is light timing sequence, but a lot of it is duration. We don't talk about duration. Some street lights are timed too long. Charuco Road, since it was synchronized, is way too long. If you ever get out of El Toro High School at 3 o'clock and you wait at Ridge Road, that light feels like 30 minutes long because it's too long the duration on Charuco. But my point is that our synchronization program doesn't work as well as it could. We have the intersection light timing that doesn't work as well as it should. We have another example, Bay Parkway. You can ask your staff. I probably send an email or two every week about why doesn't this work right. And Bay Parkway is controlled by the city of Irvine, those kind of things. I know all the acronyms. I know the level of service, average daily trips. I'm probably the only one in this room that has actually read and studied each of the intersection suggested improvements for the Lake Forest Traffic Mitigation Program. So I'm very knowledgeable. My goal is to reduce traffic congestion and do things in the short term that are not too expensive, come up with a long-term plan that might cost more money. But I think that's what the commission needs to do. We need to give some quick and immediate relief to people on very visible areas, and we can do that through passive protected left turns. We can do that through dedicated right turn lanes and many, many other things. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for him?
Well, I just got a compliment. I think that it was me and you talking about the right turn lane at Bacon,
Yes.
which actually increased traffic flow on Bay Parkway immensely now that we have a dedicated right turn lane. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you too, Ed. It's so much better.
So much better.
It wasn't a simple thing, but it was done in a week.
It was well worth
Look what it did. It
well
made
worth what we
such
did.
a positive impact. And there's so many more things like that that we can do. And think about, my last comment, think about when you want to go to In-N-Out Burger. What a pain in the butt it is to get to that In-N-Out Burger. There's a better way. I'll tell you what it is later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Moving right along, Tina Rosenbaum. Welcome.
I'm a little unprepared, but I just want to let you know that I've had over 12 years experience in property management, so I have a different take on all of this than a board member or anybody else. I managed a large community of 5,000 homes, gated, and for the last 6 years. And I worked with traffic enforcement. We had contracts with CHP and also engineering and traffic studies for the community. There's really large, 15,000 people coming in and out of this community every single day. So my experience is on that end, and I don't have an agenda for anything. I know that parking is a major issue. I look at other communities like Irvine and planning communities that have it under control. I think that Lake Forest is kind of a little bit behind in the parking, and it might be time to go do other things like permanent parking and things like that. And traffic has always been an issue with the lights. The lights are a lot better than they were. I've been in the community living here for 27 years, and I remember it would take maybe a half hour just to go a couple blocks. And I think that the lights on El Toro go pretty well. You can get from point A to point B. And you want some red lights because people are speeding. I remember teaching my daughter how to drive, and we drove with the hazard lights on because people were flying by at 65, 70 miles an hour. And it was really scary. People are speeding. All these accidents around here on the intersection of Geronimo and El Toro all the time. People are just speeding through those lights. And you mentioned something about switching the lights from arrows to a regular. It's kind of a judgment call. If you're used to an arrow and then you're not, I just think that some average driver won't be paying attention. And that's kind of, I don't know, you might want to think about that. But I remember when I taught my kids to drive and we went up to LA, they didn't have three-way lights, and they were a little confused, like, uh-oh, what do we do? I'm like, well, you actually have to wait and then go. We're all so used to these three-way lights. But I don't know, I just think I can give you a different take on everything on this, coming from the professional side that I've been in for 12 years.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for replying, we really appreciate it. The question I had for you was the question I asked earlier, is what is your opinion on like a street sweeping ordinance, having people move off the street on street sweeping days to get the roads cleaned?
I was thinking about that because of the parking situation we have in our community, of people that don't live in our community. When they leave, there's all this trash, there's oil stains from all their cars, and the streets aren't getting cleaned. And I think when you have this parking problem, of people parking in communities that they don't belong, they're not moving their cars, so the streets aren't getting cleaned in the communities that should be. So, a lot of other cities have ordinance, and I think it's a good idea.
What made you decide to apply for the commission?
I thought it would be a good committee to be involved in. I've looked at other committees, and I just thought that with my experience and some knowledge, that would be a good opportunity. It's a committee, so I'm not a policeman. I'm not going, I think committees can't make those calls, right? They come up with a plan and present it to you, but in the end, we're just residents, and I think, it's nice to have these different skills and things like that, but we really don't I don't believe these traffic committee is going to be making these decisions. We can use our experiences to come up with ideas and things like that.
You are correct. It eventually comes to the city council. Exactly. The ideas are forged with you when you bring them to us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little follow-up on that. This is the other night at the General Plan Visioning Workshop. I asked the people, like, whose city is this? This is your city. And the committees we have, they're designed for you to give us input. It's true, at the end of the day, we have to make decisions, and if we do a bad job, then please kick us out. But this is your city. And to the extent that it's possible, you need to exercise the control. You need to tell us what to do. And then hopefully we will listen to you. But don't underestimate or devalue your role. This is your city. And the future of the city depends upon your involvement in these committees and other stuff that I send to my club for the city. Thank you. Tina, Ben Sadaman?
I guess Ben Saban's not here, but I've spoken with Ben on a number of occasions. He's very passionate about parking enforcement on the streets, and there are a lot of communities that are impacted from peripheral parking from other communities, and so he was really focused on that, trying to get, cars off the street, parked off the street, and keep our roads cleaner and clear, easier to egress in communities. It's too bad Ben wasn't here tonight.
Well, thank you for talking to me. He's one of the people I didn't get a chance to talk to myself. Last one is Mark Tillman.
Same thing. He contacted me and told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it tonight, but I think he's been to a few council meetings recently.
Yeah, where do I begin? Mark Tedema comes to council meetings, sits in the back and never says a word. Well, and we discuss general plan, we discuss budget, we discuss missions, we discuss, lots of stuff. Never says a word. Was it Larissa? Yeah. Not just a politician, but it's a bit like putting the fox in the hen house. I mean, I wish he were here. If he were here, I'd ask him, where has he been for the last 8 years? Where has he been at committees? I noticed Pretender Mark. So, you say you're on the Kiwanis, and I never saw you at the Kiwanis meetings. You say you're on Relay for Life, you never show up at Relay for Life. I know he's your pick, and but mostly, I'm upset with the idea that here's a man who's got a history of taking money from developers' homes, traffic. So I wanted to ask him, has he changed his mind? Does he plan to take more money from developers? Now I know you take money from developers, so it's not an issue for you, as does Councilman Voice, but it's an issue for me, and I think it's an issue for people. So I'm really disappointed he's not here, so we could ask him those kinds of questions.
So the public commenter asked, and I don't feel necessarily compelled to give all of my specifics because I don't know that we all are going to, but I'd be happy to explain why I've selected Mr. Tedema. First of all, regarding the process, I had planned on doing whatever was the council's desire tonight. We have a process that we unanimously voted for earlier this year. The acting city clerk sent an email to all of us asking us who our selection was. I wasn't the first one out the gate. I believe I was the second, but no, I wasn't. I was not. So, but it's all right. So, I just wanted to share who my selection was because it was requested from the acting city clerk. I selected Mr. Tedema basically because we have someone who has a significant amount of experience here in town. He's a former planning commissioner. He's a former city council member. He decided not to run for city council a number of years ago and pursue his master's in public administration. All of those, I think, definitely serve him well in this potential position. I understand that not everyone is going to agree. I'm going to respectfully disagree with those who believe that he caused the traffic congestion here. I don't believe that to be the case. Anyone who studies the issue of the opportunity study, anyone who appreciates the fact that we were able to build an $86 million sports park with money that was generated from that opportunity study, anyone who appreciates the fact that we're going to have a new city hall, senior center, and a community center, as well as a community policing center, all paid for with those developer dollars, will understand that there was definitely some mitigation that was negotiated by that council at that time. Some may disagree with the studies that have come before this council, but most of those studies will show that if we had approved, if under the previous zoning of office industrial, that would have been built on that land where the opportunity study was approved, that we would have had at least twice the number of traffic. at least twice the amount. And under some of the studies that we've had come back, the suggestion has been there would have been as much as 3 times. So these are all studies that you can look at in previous staff reports. Again, you can disagree with the experts that put those together, but that information is what came before the council. With respect to overall developments, I do recall that he wasn't supportive of the auto center developments that myself, former council member Nick, and current council member Boyce were supportive of. So he hasn't been supportive of everything, but he was with the opportunity study, and those were unanimous decisions that were made by the city council at that time. Again, I don't think in fact, none of us were a part of that council at that point, but you know, it's looking at his background, I think that he's immensely qualified. Are each of the 5 of us going to agree with every position that the candidates that each one of us select hold? Probably not. I doubt that'll be the case. I can understand and respect the fact that you're not a fan of his and don't think that he would be a good fit, and thus you don't select him. I feel like he would be a good fit, and so that's why I selected him.
Yeah, just to correct some of the things you're saying, I don't want to get into a belabor the point. Actually, I won't belabor the point because we have one more person. Jordan, are you here?
Your Honor,
Okay.
Jordan called me yesterday, and he works for the city of Laguna Beach, and they had called an emergency meeting tonight, of course, which he had to attend, but he did submit a written statement that he would like me to agree to the council.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I apologize for not being able to attend tonight's meeting, and I wanted to submit a brief message on my qualifications. I have lived in Lake Forest for the past 10 years. Specifically, my wife and I live in Foothill Ranch community where we are raising our 2 young daughters. In regards to my qualifications, I have been employed by the City of Laguna Beach for the past 14 years, and I currently serve as their emergency manager. I hold a bachelor's degree in political science from Concordia University and a master's degree in emergency service administration from California State University, Long Beach. Ironically, the reason I am unable to attend tonight is due to a special Laguna Beach City Council meeting where they are discussing utility undergrounding, and I am needed to speak on the evacuation routes for the city. I am interested in serving on this committee to assist with making recommendations for improving the flow of traffic, parking, and to develop an evacuation plan. I have a track record of collaborating on issues and topics with many stakeholders, and am willing to put in the work to make this commission successful. What might set me apart from the other candidates is that I have relevant experience in local government and currently serve as a staff liaison to a committee in Laguna Beach. I intend to be a worker and not push unnecessary work to staff, which is already busy enough. In closing, I wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Basil for nominating me to this commission and for Mayor Gardner for taking time to meet with me. I hope, based on my qualifications, I would also be supported by the other city council members. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I guess we don't have any questions for this. Anyhow, we normally take a break about 8 o'clock, and so we'll take a break now. It's now 8, more or less looks like 8:08. So let's be back at 8:20, and we'll start again. Thank you. Okay, let's get going again.
You're not saying, kind of low key then.
Well, so we've been through all the candidates, at least the candidates that showed up, actually, and even the candidates who didn't show up. But I think I forgot to ask, Facebook Live, do we have anything from Facebook Live? And if I forget to ask, you need to prompt me.
Yes, sir. We do have one comment. Mark Henderson, comment for council. As a means of combating potential cronyism, I would respectfully ask that each candidate describe in detail the reasons for their decision.
Okay, yeah, I think we had planned on doing that anyway. Once again, let me thank everybody who applied, and and there's lots of qualified people, so if you don't make it on this time, please don't get discouraged and go away and never get involved again, because there's plenty of opportunities to be involved in plenty of things, and the fact that you don't make it tonight, or somebody else is more qualified, or at least somebody here thinks they're more qualified, is not a reflection on you. And please don't walk away sad, and please stay involved in the city. Having done the process, interviewed all the people, then I'll go through the system of having someone up here nominate. And again, I'd like to say to my colleagues, I know that all of you nominated somebody already going into this, but it doesn't mean you don't have, you can change your mind, so you're not stuck with whatever you had decided based on maybe what you heard here tonight. So you're not stuck with the decision. But we'll ask you to make your decision, say why you made the decision. Your colleagues will offer comments or suggestions, and then we'll vote on each one. In this new system, if 4 people say that's a complete bad decision, then the person has to come up with another name. But even if 3 people say, nah, that's a bad one, then you can go ahead. So when we get around to voting, the person making the nomination will need at least 1 other vote in order for that nomination to be certified. So let me start here on my left with Councilman Voigt. Who is your choice?
Officer Robert Pachengo. And the reason I picked him is because of his law enforcement knowledge, his active patrol duty in Lake Forest. I thought it would be a great addition because he's not only someone that knows the laws, but he's driven and enforced the laws in Lake Forest. And so I think that as a longtime resident that raised 2 children in the city of Lake Forest and had patrol duty here in Lake Forest, I thought he'd be a great choice for us as a committee.
Any questions for Councilman Voigt?
I'll support Mr. Buchanan.
Well, no, don't support him. I'll ask for your vote. So just to have some
Actually,
comments.
if I recall the policy, it requires a second. It's not a vote. Am I correct?
That's right.
What's that? So we don't have to vote?
Well, actually, we only need 1 more person to nominate.
That is correct. You just need 1 other council member to second.
Right.
Well, that's second. There's not a vote.
Thank you, Councilman Robinson.
All right, well, congratulations. Is he still here? Congratulations.
And thank you for your service, and now your new service as the Traffic Commission.
All right. Councilman Robinson.
I'm nominating Mark Tedmer.
Is he supposed to say why?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to say why?
I'm not going to rehash. I mean, I gave it pretty, just in the interest of time.
I'd be happy to second his nomination for Mark Tedmer.
Okay, then congratulations, Mr. Tedmer, who's not here. Colonel Catley?
nominate Jim Reichert. I've known Mr. Reichert for several years, and we've always talked traffic for at least 5 years. I like the way he thinks. We think alike on nobody's issues about left turns, when we say left turns, intersections, timing, synchronization. I just like to think that I was amazing. He was selected for traffic advisory group a couple of years ago. He's very qualified, very experienced, and he speaks to it frequently to this council. That's why I voted for him. That's why I selected him.
I'll second Colonel Catley's nomination.
Okay, congratulations, Jim Reichert. Mayor Pro Tem?
My recommendation was Jordan Vilrock. I had the pleasure of meeting him last week, and his interview, I went in with no preconceived idea who I was picking, but he was a clear winner after speaking to him. The things I liked best about him was the fact he has extensive experience with emergency evacuation programs. We don't have anything like that really in Lake Forest, and he lives in Foothill Ranch, so he is acutely aware of how quickly a fire can impact our communities. So he said, incidentally, Laguna Beach, he just helped to write the evacuation procedures. They implemented it on April 1st, and then the first week of June, they had the Aliso Viejo fire. They evacuated 600 people in 1 hour. And I really like that, and I know that maybe that wasn't a component of traffic and, a traffic committee. However, that is actually kind of an important part, because if you've got an emergency situation, you need to be able to control the traffic flow and figure out where everyone's going. So I like that he had not only a fresh perspective, but he also was able to see what we were envisioning. We're looking as a council, here's a skeleton picture. This is kind of our idea for the traffic commission. But he took that idea and he gave it flesh and feeling. And I think we need that perspective. We need someone who's willing to look outside the box, see a bigger perspective, and the things that he brings to the table, the fact that he works for a city, he answers to committees, so he understands what the needs are from staff perspective, what you guys need to do your job better. So he's going to be that type of a liaison for the committee. I'm so abundantly impressed with him, and I was glad that I was able to make the choice for
I'll be happy to second that choice. I think his staff will be a great experience to us, so I'd be happy to second that.
Okay, congratulations, Jordan, wherever you are. And I appreciate the fact he wasn't here, but it was an emergency and he sent us a letter rather than just simply not show up. By the way, and that's important, so you never knew him, but as a result of having talked to him, that changed your mind. Maybe there were other people you might have selected above him on paper, but it was the result of an interview that changed your mind. That's why it's so important for us not to have done the procedure that we had thought of doing, well, never thought of doing, but that came down to us from there. So I have the difficult decision. There are more qualified people. Isn't that terrific that we have more good people than the 5 positions we have to fill? So mine is a difficult decision to make, because I'm making the last cut, and there are several people. I'll tell you why Sonny Morper is my choice, and that's because, well, 2 reasons. One is that he's been so involved in the city, and to me that's one of the most important things, is that people are out there involved in the city, meeting people, being at events. There's very little more important than that, because you are the city, and we need people on the committees. We have people on committees never go to events, never show up at anything. You wonder what they were at a committee for. So Sonny's already, of everybody there, I think probably the most involved person of all our nominees. That's one reason why I'm putting him forward. And the other reason is that he's got a history of being a doer. And that's, he talks, he's a talker, but he's a doer. He goes out there and gets things done. And I think it's important for this commission to get things done. So there are some other people maybe technically or maybe a little more involved in traffic than he was, but there's certainly no one more involved in the city, and no one I know of that's a doer and has done as much as Sonny has done. So if I get another...
I would second that. I think he's a great choice for you.
Okay, well, welcome, Sonny.
on the discussion. I would like to say that I was disappointed in having to pre-select my candidate. I really like this interview process. I like the candidates being able to come and speak before the council. And oftentimes, one council member will ask a question which will prompt a question from someone else that may not have been asked. So in the future, I would like to change our policy for appointing commissioners, and I would like to return to this program, not pre-selecting a candidate and having the interview process occur in a public forum so the residents can participate, and that their, questions get asked that maybe wouldn't get asked otherwise.
And I would support that, and the fact that I was a little bit disappointed that I got to hear from so many of you before. Now that I've picked and came in with a preconceived candidate that I had talked to that had called me, I'm sorry that I didn't get the opportunity to actually leave an open mind and come. In the next time I see you, I hope that we have a open discussion. I think that it would open up things and allow you guys to come here and no one having a preconceived candidate. So I support that. I want to thank you all for applying and participating in tonight's selection.
And here's a, go ahead.
I sort of think between what Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Voigt said, because I've been on that side of the diet before applying for positions in the city and watching the council up here, and the questions sometimes are way out in left field or not relevant to the position you're asking for at all. So I sort of like what we did tonight, but I did like hearing from the candidates also. So I'm somewhere between where we need to go to, I think, on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was our first test of the system, so we'll have to absorb it, get some feedback from people. Did they like it? It's crazy, etc. And we're not tied to this. This was a change, and we're not, going forward, we don't have to take it. But yeah, at some future point, you can, or in your comments tonight, you can ask us to reconsider, and we can reconsider. I think it needs a review. My charge to those of you who are here on this new committee, we're not who we used to be as a city. We're changing as a city, and I think that's important to understand. And as I said earlier, whose city is this? This is your city. So don't let the staff bully you. Don't let the council bully you. And Jim's smiling. He said, "Nobody's going to bully me." But you'd be surprised. This is your city. We want to hear from you. We don't want a lot of talk. We want real solutions. We don't want complaints. We want solutions. So please, we've got several committees. Talk to people, bring people in there, do your best, work the staff's butts off, getting you information. We're also changing as a city because we're trying to make more database decisions. When Deputy Pequena was up here and I was talking about the collision reports, we're trying to make more and more of our decisions based on data rather than opinions or feelings, et cetera, et cetera. So try to be more data-based, but remember all along, this is your commission. You're a commission now, you're not a committee, and we're really looking forward to you coming up with solutions that we can use that are within our financial scope. And sooner is better. Don't think of yourself as a government commission. Think of yourself as private industry, and let's get to work on solving these problems as quickly as you can. I'm going to give you your first task, but I probably have to do that during the council comment, don't I? Yes, okay. Your first task will be coming during council comment. So thank you, thank everybody for applying, and I'm really looking forward, the whole city's looking forward to what you accomplished. Next on our agenda is the presentation of conceptual designs for renovations at 10 city parks. This is, I guess we're going to get two presentations, one from Scott Wasserman, Director of Community Services.
That's correct. Mine is very brief. Promise.
Brief is good.
As the City Council is aware, the city initiated a neighborhood improvement park plan to renovate 10 city parks. And we renovated about 10 to 14 city parks in the previous 10 years, so now we're focusing on 10 smaller parks. We spent the last 2 years conducting outreach. We've gone to the Parks Commission, so tonight we're here to share the designs and as expressed by the residents with the City Council. So to begin with, Okay, so we have our city parks. Borrego Overlook Park, Sherry Park, Darren Park, Montgomery Park, Peachwood Park, Pebble Creek Park, there we go, Rancho Serrano Park, Regency Park, Sundowner Park, and Vintage Park. These are the parks that we've studied. Over the last 2 years, we've conducted approximately 8 workshops. Essentially, they asked residents 3 questions. How do residents use your city parks? What do residents like about their parks? And what improvements or amenities would residents like to see in their parks? I'm one behind. There we go. We also received additional input through an online survey. We sent out postcards that people could send back with feedback. We also received additional information and feedback from the public at the Parks Commission in April. All of the outreach did extensive advertising. We advertised with park banners in each of the 10 parks, door hangers, advertised in the Leisure Times, the city website, social media. We also had a video online. And last but not least, our timeline. Pending approval of the final designs from the City Council, we're anticipating beginning construction in 2019. And as we've committed before, we would like to start with Peachwood Park. And your recommended action this evening is to approve the conceptual designs for each park and authorize staff to prepare final designs and construction documents for each park. And with that, if there are no questions, I just wanted to give a little background on the process that we've undertaken to get to where we are. I'd like to turn it over to Larry Ryan from RJM Design Group. And Larry is actually our park designer who's going to synthesize some of the designs for us here.
Just wanted to say, I thought that your outreach was terrific. And, you know, that whole process you went through, communicating with the people, and then recommunicating, and then recommunicating, was great. That being said, it could have been done quicker.
Yes.
This was torturously slow, and I know this is government, and I know it's okay to be torturously slow, but it's no longer so okay to be torturously slow. So thank you for doing a thorough job. If you could have done a thorough job 6 months sooner, and if you can't, you can't, but I thought you did a good job, but it could have been.
You know, in defense of staff, I don't think that it was that the staff took a long time. I think it's like, you know, dressing a baby. Every resident wants that baby to look different. So you're having to manage expectations from the residents. And there were a lot of, and I was watching because I was attending these meetings, and it was changing. So one group would say, this is great, and then a month later, another group would come and say, no, I don't like that at all. That's, you know, wrong outfit. Let's try something else. So you're having to manage different groups of people at each of these meetings and trying to come together and build a consensus. So I get it. It did take a long time, but I can understand that that was part of the deal. Am I right? I'm defending you.
I like the baby analogy, yes.
She's sweet.
If I could do this again, we would do it differently. Thank you.
Well, yeah, her point. Yeah, just I don't want to sacrifice quality for speed.
Right.
But if I could get both, would that be great?
Yes.
So,
And we will do this again at some point.
oh yeah.
It, you know, it could be years, but we will do it again with additional parks. And so, you know, I think that part of that balance is, you know, getting out early enough so that it's not impacting schedules in any way. And I don't know whether it did in this case or not, but these are years into the future that we'll be working on the next round of parks. So we could start the process earlier and kind of, you know, go through the same thing we did here and not have delay with actual changes and constructions.
Sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's nice to be back before you tonight, and the journey has been a little circuitous, but we're here and we're ready to go through it tonight, and hopefully, you know, garner your support. We started off by sharing information with the residents. The 10 parks showed their geographic location at these workshops. We gave a timeline where we had started in January, and here we are today, July 17th. We had a little bit of shift in our schedule with regard to really finalizing what was intended to be brought before you, because as you had mentioned, there was some difference of opinions that we experienced at the actual workshops. And when we got to commission, there was a a clarification, let's say, of what should or should not be done in these individual parks. So we went back and retooled, redid the cost estimates, and tonight ready to share with you what the prioritization, should we call it that, at each individual park shop, each individual park site will be, and then we can take it forward with the construction drawings and get it built. When we went through these workshops, the questions were, what park amenities are your top priorities, and what is your preferred theme? And then we gave residents dots, and they could summarize their, viewpoints on those topics by simply attaching the dot to the boards. We recorded all the information, we tabulated it, and then here are the recommendations. I'm going to go alphabetically. Borrego Park. In the process of this, we have 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. We don't have enough money to cover all the improvements. So what we've done is prioritize the recommended improvements in the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 would be done immediately in the first construction efforts. The Tier 2 were things that were brought up during the meetings and dialogue that are worthy of being recorded for future implementation, but they're not scheduled to be done so at this time. So with Borrego Park, we're looking at replacing existing site furnishings, the benches, the tables, new play equipment with rubber surfacing, new picnic tables under the shade structure, and renovate the existing shade structure columns. There's some of the masonry components are coming off, and that would summarize the improvements at Borrego Park. The Tier 2 improvements would be addition of seating areas beyond the shade canopy at the canyon edge, and then creating a better viewing opportunity over the existing fence, either by lowering the height or repositioning the fence to allow for your view over the top of that fence and not looking right into it. Some of the images of the play equipment. And as I mentioned, rehabilitating the columns on the existing structure out there. Regency Park. We look at creating a concrete loop around the upper tier area that would be used almost like a wide mow strip to separate the shrub ground covered areas in most areas from the turf area. And there would also be seating areas along the perimeter. Tier 2 improvements would be a new play area at the lower park in conjunction with an ADA compliant walkway that would connect the upper pad with the lower pad, or lower tier. Regency Park. Tier 1 improvements are installing a concrete loop walkway with seating areas. Oops, excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry, Bennett Park. Tier 1 improvements are the loop concrete walkway with exercise stations, new shade structure, and new play equipment with rubber surfacing are the summary of the Tier 1 improvements. Tier 2 improvements are the new accessible walkway to the upper terraces, new picnic area, and new dog run areas up in that upper pad area. Images of the play equipment, cantilever shade structure, exercise equipment. Fourth park is Sundowner. We're looking at park light replacement and replacement of existing site furnishings, benches, tables. Tier 2 improvements are new walkway connections from the trail area to the street, and new play equipment with rubber surfacing, and new picnic area with a shade canopy. Montgomery Park. Park light replacement, replacement of existing site furnishings, and renovation or rehabilitation of the existing bridge structures. There weren't any Tier 2 improvements for Monterey.
Rancho Serrano.
Rancho Serrano Park. Tier 1 improvements, park light replacement, and replacement of the existing site furnishing. The Warren Tier 2. Peachwood Park, existing conditions. Tier 1 improvements, new picnic shade shelter, and replacement of existing site furnishing, benches and tables. Tier 2 improvements are new play equipment with rubberized surfacing and new walkway loop with exercise stations.
When you talk about these exercise stations,
Yes.
so there are exercise stations for old people, exercise stations for kids, how are you going to make decisions in each of these cases what the exercise station will be designed for?
You know, that's a good question. What we'll do is we'll work with staff and look at the individual parks. You know, some may be more suited for active adults and, you know, that kind of pursuit. I'm not really familiar with a lot of youth that use those. And a lot of the equipment is it's not age specific. You know, in terms of the repetitions or the settings, you can adjust some of that stuff so you can have a variety of user ages on the equipment. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the thing that would have been helpful is between the tier 1 and the tier 2, as we're listing the stuff that are technically optional because of cost, it would have been helpful in the list to know how much each item was. So if the council did decide to add just one of the components for tier 2 into a park, then we would know how much we were spending. But I'm looking at the list and it's showing, you know, let's see, Darren Park. There's only one item in the tier 2, but there's a few, like Sundowner Park, you can do the walkway from the trail to the street, which I think is really useful. It would keep the grass in better condition, you know, but we don't know the difference between the cost between that and the play equipment and rubberized surfacing and the new picnic area with some shade sail. So is there a way that we can get an itemized list and maybe, because I would like to be able to see that we can, you know, maybe a la carte pick a couple of things that
Sure.
we'd like to move over to tier 1.
We do have a full itemization of all the improvements.
Yeah, they're going to, so this is, the figures we have so far are kind of estimates, but they're not the final figures. And so we have $7 million assigned. So if they come back, you know, it's 6.5, then that will be useful because then we know we have another $500,000
Right.
to go through. So when they come back to us, we will be able to pick and choose. But at this point, if they come back at 7.2, suddenly we can't add anything. So we're kind of, and there's another, talk about the length of this project. So there's another step, which is after you get approval tonight, you're going to go out and we're going to go to bid, I guess.
We're going to actually do the construction drawings and flesh out all the details and more specific costs. But at this juncture, we do have costs on all these options. We just had to pare it down to fit it inside the window of the available budget. But when you look at those other items, if there's something of interest, you could simply mention that to Scott. We have all those costs already assembled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Darren Park. Tier 1 improvements, new play equipment with rubberized surfacing, new picnic shade shelter, and repair the existing asphalt trail that links to it. Tier 2 improvements are a new walking loop with exercise stations. Images of the play equipment. New shade canopies. Shade shelter. Cherry Park. Tier 1 improvements, new universally accessible play area with a surfacing, new on-street ADA parking stall, and new picnic shade shelter. Tier 2 improvements would be new exercise stations. Images of the play equipment and universally accessible play area and rubber surfacing. Picnic shelter. Pebble Creek Park, number 10. Tier 1 improvements are park light replacement and replacement of existing site furnishings. Tier 2 is new play equipment with rubberized surfacing. So the next steps, in August to January, we'll be working with staff to flesh out the final construction drawings, getting the package ready to go to bid, and then taking it out to bid to get bids for construction.
Okay, do we have public comments, questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Matt Gass, followed by Emily Arias.
Welcome.
Hi there, good evening. Well, thanks so much for hearing from me. I'm a Lake Forest resident, and yeah, my name is Matt. I've got 3 young kids, and we have been very excitedly watching these improvement plans come to life. I live in near Rancho Serrano Park, and we were very excited last time when we saw some of the diagrams that were showing a new playground going in, half court of basketball. I know that 2 or 3 months ago, a lot of neighbors showed up a small handful of neighbors showed up who were not in favor of those improvements. And that's all that we heard from 2 or 3 months ago. And I want to make sure everyone here is aware that there are many residents who are very supportive of those improvements. So I've actually, I emailed the whole council a couple months ago. I've got a print up here if you guys are interested. There are dozens and dozens of our neighbors who would love to see those improvements coming in. If you looked at what the arguments against improvements in that park were, there were some concerns for the noise. It's actually a huge park there in Rancho Serrano Park. It's very easy to push some of the improvements back if that's really a concern. There were also some points raised. There are a couple other nearby playgrounds. That is true. One of them is very small, and the other one is very old. So having another great playground and community center nearby would be very much an improvement for all the neighbors. So in conclusion, I've got dozens of neighbors here with quotes that they'd love to, absolutely. I'll send these around with wide support. So yes, we would love to see some improvements made there. Thank you all.
Okay, let's RJM, why didn't the basketball courts make it into the Tier 1 on Serrano?
When we presented the plans at commission, they were on the plans. But the number of residents that spoke very specifically to increasing the, let's call it, use of the park with these new amenities, it wasn't seen or expressed as a desirable thing. And when you have a budget to cover 10 parks, and you have a rather vocal group of people expressing concern about doing these type of improvements, it's kind of a logical movement to say, well, we don't have the support or the desire to have these improvements here. There are other parks with other residents who are asking for improvements, and it's a very natural progression to allocate that money into the other park. I'm not sure that's the right answer.
No, that's correct. I'm sorry, just to elaborate, there were approximately 15 speakers at the Parks Commission meeting to speak about Rancho Serrano Park, and they unanimously were opposed to those specific improvements, the tot lot, the half basketball court, the picnic area. That's why we removed those from the plan.
So, if I may, Mayor.
Sure.
Matt came here tonight and he's brought a list of 21 residents that are in favor of that. So is there a way that some of that could be still added in? Because if you look at Tier 1, we're still $200,000 short of where we could be on improvements. And so is there still ways for him to lobby the council or the park commission?
I take your direction, so he wouldn't be lobbying me, he'd be lobbying you.
Correct. It's a council decision. Staff's recommendation was not to proceed because those people that came to the commission meeting identified themselves as residents who live around the perimeter of the park, who would be more impacted by noise, traffic, parking. That's the way that they expressed it. So that's why, because it was unanimous and there were 15 of them, that's why we gave that a lot of weight when we considered pulling these items off.
The argument that Matt's making is that parks are made to be played in, These are families that have children in the area, and that it's almost like moving next to a school. You're going to have kids walk in front of your house. If you move in next to a park, you're going to have children hopefully playing in the park. So it makes sense that we go through with staff recommendation. But here, maybe logistically place some of that, or maybe take some off the table, but to take everything off to where there doesn't get any improvements, I think is wrong too, because the fact is they are city parks. City parks are there to be played in, and I think that this is would be a disservice to the families that have young children that want those improvements there. So I'll be okay.
You know, I have to agree. It is kind of disappointing. I was just reading one of the comments from a resident who lives on Avenida Ambiente, and she said it reminded her kind of Concourse Park in Portola Hills. And that actually is exactly what it reminded me of when I was looking at the plans. And that's, Concourse Park is my park. And we do have a restroom there. That park is very quiet. We have a half basketball court. We've got a tot lot. It's beautiful. I love the views. In fact, I was just walking there 2 nights ago, just walking a loop around because it's so pretty. And it is really quiet. I think a lot of residents are really afraid of change. They're afraid that, you know, they're going to get it and then they're not going to like it, so they're not willing to even, you know, really consider it. I just wish I wish the residents would consider it, because I think the plan was a really good plan, but I don't want to upset people who live there, you know, who back up to that park, but we've already been doing this for so long. I mean, is there any way that we could actually, you know, reach out and get, I mean, because we've got one faction that's saying, we want this park, like, you know, to stay the way it is, and we have another faction that says, we really want the improvements. I mean, we're looking at subjective numbers, because we don't really know, out of the 100, 200 people that live in this direct area, we're only hearing from a couple dozen.
That's not true. I have a petition signed by 200 people that say they don't want any of them.
Okay, you'll have your...
Mr. Mayor, I know we have other public commenters, so we might want to go to those before we engage in too much dialogue ourselves.
Yeah, let's hear from the rest.
Emily Arias, followed by Anthony Gionta.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Emily Arias, and I live in the Rancho Serrano Park community. I've lived there for the past 6 years, and in Lake Forest for the past 12 years. I was in support of the proposals, the original proposals with the park going in. Now, my kids are older. I don't have little kids, but when my son thought there was going to be a basketball court going in, he was so excited. He drives now to one of the other parks to use their basketball court. So that was one of the big factors that got us excited about it. You know, the parks actually they raise the property values. It's shown that property values go up when you have a community park for those houses that surround it, and that raises revenues for our community. And I'm also a teacher in the Saddleback District, and it brings new children to our district. So there's a lot of good reasons that we would like to have those improvements, to have a nice park in the community. So if that can be reconsidered, we would greatly appreciate it. There are a lot, and I speak for a couple of the moms with young children who, actually I spoke to 2 of them tonight who were not able to be here. So we would love that to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Anthony Gionta, followed by Madeline Thompson.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Originally, let me just come and tell you why I originally came here. And that was to thank specifically Mr. Wasserman and Mayor Gardner for their help in navigating through the process of communicating to our communities and giving our opinion on the proposed changes to Rancho Serrano Park. We had specific concerns about the original proposal, and these people helped with advice on how to make sure these concerns were heard and considered as part of the ultimate decision. The majority of Rancho Serrano Park community had a voice. That voice was in the form of a petition that we thoughtfully put together that gave all of the reasons, and you all have them in your inbox. Most of you didn't reply, a few of you did. You have that petition and had a chance to ask me about any questions regarding those items that I put in that petition. But anyway, the signatures were overwhelming, and the majority of people in the community of Rancho Serrano do not want all of those original changes. It seems to me that we now have something excuse me, in the way of a compromise, so there will be actual improvements in the park while keeping the value of its passiveness and beauty intact. So for that, we thank you. And if you want me to, I can go through the items that I put in the petition. Does anybody need me to do that? As to why it's a bad
That's
idea?
not necessary, it's actually in our board packet, and
Okay, good.
I did see all the names. I just wanted to make sure that every resident was being heard, and I so appreciate you doing that. That was a lot of work. We just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
And I can appreciate that. And yeah, we made sure that we were very thoughtful in making sure we got the right opinion and that we were thoughtful about what we were trying to express. So hopefully you all take that into consideration. Thanks.
Madeline Thompson, followed by Monica Liebeck.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me, and wanted to thank you to Scott. So again, my name's Madeline Thompson. I live by Borrego Overlook Park, and have been involved in this process since the beginning. Have very soon to be three young toddlers, so we go there every single day. And similar to what we heard about the Rancho Serrano Park, just wanted to put kind of a last ditch plea for a basketball hoop. We live on a street, so we're about 4 houses down, where there's basketball hoops on every other house. So that brings a lot of the noise to the street. And I know there was some disagreement on the basketball hoop, having that on the park grounds. But just after talking to some neighbors, we haven't gone into the same sort of petitions, but I'm kind of here asking what we could maybe do to make it a tier 2 change. After talking to a lot of neighbors, they would like to have that to bring our children off the streets and bring the noise off the streets and into the park. So it's a minor thing, I think, compared to some of the other parks, but just wanted to make a last-ditch effort for a plea for a basketball hoop. But again, wanted to thank you, Scott, been involved in the beginning, and you did a great job with the outreach.
Thank you, and it's not a minor thing. Can't overemphasize this is your city. So if you want a basketball court, or you don't want a basketball court, or you want, then we need to know. And God bless Anthony and all the work that he went through. The problem we have is tonight 10 people will say don't do it, and tomorrow night 10 more people will say do it too. To some extent, I have been asking for the longest time. The city manager, who's not here tonight, she's on a well-deserved vacation. I've been asking for us to have a questionnaire, an opinion poll on the website that we know people couldn't fool with, and to have registered users on it. And I know we're doing something like it on the mobile app, but we're not quite up to that yet. The new mobile app is going to be terrific. But we need that kind of input, because it's, 10 people say yes, 10 people say no. What do they really want? So that'll be very valuable for us. In the meantime, we just have to try to make a good decision that looks at the majority and tries not to offend the minority. But it's just another reason why that opinion poll on the website is an important way of us reaching out. Or if you can put that into the new mobile app, maybe we don't even have to bother with the website. And probably more likely to be able to do it through the mobile app than through the website. So it's a need we have. One more? Go ahead.
Monica Liebeck.
Scott, Mr. Rossman, would you mind getting in touch with Madeline Thompson and talking to her about what she can do to rally her community if they are interested in having a basketball hoop? We still do have some time, so she's going to have to move quick. And it looks like she's expecting very soon, so you better move really quick.
Talk to Anthony. It's right in back of you.
Okay, I'm going to show him more than just parking for this. Cherry Park.
What's our expected start date? Is it the only accessible special needs park, first one in the city? It's not? Okay. Then my other question is, how many handicap spots will we be getting? And is it going to impact on the park itself, or are we going to plan it along the street?
Scott, could you?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, let me do that.
No, you don't.
Okay.
So we're putting one stall out on the street.
Where we have one.
We're increasing there's going to be a ramp directly at the mid part of that park and a stall at that location.
Okay, there's one there now, so we're going to limit it to just the one?
Yes. And it's going to be connected into the park. Right now, there's, I don't believe there's a compliant path of travel from that spot.
Okay, anyhow.
So that's the improvements.
Okay.
And then you had another question.
When is it going to start?
When you say start, in
When are
terms
we
of
going to start
construction,
construction for Cherry?
we're going to be, what was the schedule?
We don't know yet. We have 10 parks that we need to prioritize based on what's approved tonight and what comes out in the final plan. So I can't give an honest answer other than next year.
Okay.
Hopefully by next summer.
Do you not think we need more than one handicap spot for a special needs park?
There's a balance, it's a valid observation. I think there's a balance between putting in additional handicap spots for the park and also minimizing the impact to the neighborhood, but we'll certainly look at it.
Can we at least get two? That would be my only request, one on each side of the ramp.
We're going to work with
Thank you.
And where else, don't we have at least one other, the El Toro?
Pittsford Park, and partially El Toro, but Pittsford Park is a little nicer, a little larger.
Okay, but El Toro's, yeah, El Toro's smaller, not quite as luxurious as Pittsburgh, but it's also accessible.
Correct.
Okay, so 1.5 is probably the answer. This would be the second of 2.5.
And then on a side note, you, Scott Wasserman and I, we had discussed trying to put in an ADA compliant swing, like for like a wheelchair swing, because there are a lot of kids that are completely handicapped can't get into swings. So that would be a really neat component. I mean, I don't know any other park that has something like that anywhere near here. That would be such a great draw for special need.
I know that we've noted that before. I think in designing the playground, we're probably looking at a whole range of equipment and how everything fits together, and that's already on our list of things to consider from our conversation.
And I think that as I went through this, we're doing the rubberized matting in a lot of the playgrounds, which is actually wheelchair accessible. With the rubberized mat, you don't have the clay, the chips or the sand. You're going through the soft rubber, so it's matted rubber, so the wheelchairs can get on those. But I agree, you need more than one there.
Yeah, I think you need, if you're going to put an accessible thing and therefore be an attraction, yeah, I'd agree with that, one on each side as your suggestion. So what's the plan now? So you're going to spend the next 2 months or 3 months making
the construction drawings and the specifications that will then be advertised for bid. We'll go out, public bid, get the bids, select the contractor, and go on construction.
Now, will that go back to the Parks Commission, or will that come here?
It actually, the city council's process, it's like any other construction project where once you approve the final design, the design is produced and then staff bids that for construction and then we start construction.
No, but I mean, that RFP, is he going to go back with these final designs to the Parks Commission or directly here?
The final designs, do we usually bring final designs to council?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, but the RFP comes here.
The RFP.
If I may, Mayor, Councilman, so typically for the public works projects that we do, council authorized us, once we have your approval and budget and concept design, we go out to bid and we bring the final plans and the final bid all in one package to you. If you'd like, because parks are a little more interesting perhaps than a street widening project, you can direct staff to bring those final plans back to you one more time to take a look at, or we can move forward based on your concept approval now and move forward with it and get the design so we have dollars.
Yeah, I know, but there's no real dollars yet, and I saw your things, but I'd like to actually.
There's real dollars.
Oh, they're.
In terms of cost estimate?
Those are the finals?
No, but the relative magnitude, they're gonna tell you clearly how much this walkway is. Like if there's a menu of things you'd like to consider, we can help you by giving you costs so you can evaluate it. We have all that information at this juncture.
What I might
It's more than you wanna know.
recommend, what I recommend if there's something that you're interested in that's not on the list that you would like us to consider for tier 1, just tell us this evening to consider that in the design, and we'll try to form the budget and the plans around that.
I was thinking more of people actually, and more of them getting a last chance to see what it's going to look like, rather than my need to see it, because I don't live near any of these parks. But these people do. So I'm thinking of it more from that point of view. Now, if you could do that online and have it up there for a couple of weeks.
There may be an expense involved in that, because when RJM Design, when they prepare the final, basically final design, so they're going to do all the electrical engineering, the irrigation, the slopes, the paths, cost everything out. If there's additional input after that that changes things, then they have to go back and redesign things, and that's not currently part of their scope of work. So what we're trying to do tonight is lock down as close as we can to the final designs. We've done 2 years worth of public outreach, and if we do more, I don't know that we'll continue to get different opinions on all of them.
I just don't think looking at that I have a feel for what the park's going to look like.
I would agree, and even the differencing views we have in Rancho Serrano Park. I think that I see what we have here and the design that was the tier 1 as of now. But what was the objection of Al? Is it Al? Anthony? What was the second? What would we have initially on there? We didn't have that laid out here. And the fact that I know that park and I know some of the things they deal with, because that's used as an AYSO soccer field too. So the parking there, not enough people know about the parking access from Big Parkway, which I think that would be an enhancement to the park if they didn't have the parking that was parked on Saturdays and Sundays on those cul-de-sacs there. That being said, where was the basketball court that was supposed to be there? And I just don't, I gotta visualize it.
Yeah, we have plans that we can share with you. Sorry?
Yeah.
I think to answer the question, what we did, we didn't bring everything to the city council that everybody requested across the board. What we've done for 2 years is we have continued to do more outreach, and we synthesized that. We had, what Larry mostly did, he did the dot exercise where people look at that big list for each park. They put their dots up and the priorities emerge. What we bring to you are the priorities. And then of the priorities, we really prioritize them. Tier 1 are the things that are really important or that had the most support. Tier 2 were things that had people wanted but were not as urgent. And we removed things, for example, Montgomery Park, I removed dog runs because people objected. Everybody around the park objected to that. That was unanimous. Similarly, at Rancho Serrano, there were a lot of residents that objected to those, and as I mentioned, that live right around the park. So I didn't bring those in the plan. I didn't put those in the plan. If council would like to include them, then that's council discretion.
I'm more worried about like the accessible playground, or some of those pictures I could see. This is the patio cover, the shade, great. But some of the things like we're going to build an accessible playground. Did I actually see the accessible playground there?
Would it help? Would it help if we went through the designs again? Because there was a picture of what that might look like for Cherry Park.
Oh, we have 4 questions. All right, let's hear from the people on Facebook Live.
Thank you. Stephen Lusk, comment council. My wife and I have recently purchased a home in the Serrano Park neighborhood in close proximity to the Rancho Serrano Park. We have a toddler son with another on the way. so we plan on living here for the foreseeable future. The existing conditions of the park are nice and very passive. However, the park is in need of some much-needed improvements to compete with the newer parks that are being built in the vicinity. We support the proposed park improvements to Rancho Serrano Park, with hopes to include a basketball court and a tot lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Suazo. I agree with Mr. Lusk. Our neighborhood would benefit greatly with the updates to the park, especially the half basketball court. This is a great investment for our children and the community. The lack of resources to Rancho Serrano is beyond disappointing. 200 residents is not the majority. In fact, it is 1/3 of the homeowners, and it was deceptive. Allison Top. Regarding Rancho Serrano, I am relieved at the relatively modest improvements you're proposing now. As a resident, I have used that park for 14 years to bring my dogs to walk and to enjoy the quiet and open space. I'm opposed to a playground taking up the open space area to the side of the soccer field. I see now there is some disagreement, but I want you to also hear from someone who is not in favor of filling up the open space at Rancho Serrano with amenities. Stephen Weissner. I am a homeowner in Serrano Park. We have 2 small children. We would love to have a city park at our complex. Please approve. Any family with children would love a park.
Okay, thank you. You know, maybe it's just me. Does everybody else have a good feeling that you don't need to see it again? And if it's just me, I'm happy to let it go.
Yeah. I'm not really sure that, well, I definitely don't need to see all of them. If there's,
No, not all of
like
them.
you said, if there's a specific part that you want to see, I mean, can you bring back one? Right, and we, you know, something like that. I think that might be a good compromise, but and I'm going to be really brief with my comments here, but, you know, I shared this at our strategic planning meeting a little less than a year ago. It was asked of all of us, you know, what was something we thought about Lake Forest as things move into the future, and I said what I see is conflict. And this is one of those. So we have existing residents, we have some new residents. They have some things that they each want, and you know that's a challenge for us that we have to try to figure out what makes the most sense. And you know I'm a basketball player. I love basketball courts. We always had houses close to them. We had one on our garage back when people used to do that. HOAs would allow it. We didn't live in an HOA, but you know, it probably drove my neighbors crazy as I played, you know, hours and hours and hours, and I would turn on the headlights in my dad's car just to play at 10 o'clock at night, and they probably were like screaming at me from time to time, and so to them I apologize. But you know, and I have young kids, and you know, we've selected homes where we had active parks, not passive ones. You know, but I'm respectful of the fact that there are some that have chosen to live in an area where they've seen it as being passive. So you know how a compromise can be built, you know, I think is good. But as was mentioned earlier, you know, we're afraid of change. And I think that this whole plan shows that, not just any one individual park. I mean, we don't have major redesigns of parks here because the vast majority of the residents, they buy a home in a neighborhood and they see a park and it may not have everything they want, but they decide they want to go there and they're going to buy their home there and it's going to be close to it. You know, my sons and I have started playing tennis. I'd love to have a tennis court across the street, but you know, we drive to El Toro or we go to Sun and Sail Club and play. El Toro High School or Sun Sail Club, and you know, I could have moved to Montbury where there was one across the street, you know, but I decided that it wasn't something we wanted to do because it was a little further from the freeway, you know. So it's I understand that we've got two sides here, and it's really difficult to grapple with. That's what we're called on to do, and you know, I don't think that we have a majority position on either side because I think we have a lot of people who don't care in the middle. And then there's some people who are very passionate on two sides, and you know, so I think that the plan that we have at this point makes sense to move forward with respect to Rancho Serrano. But you know, could something be done in the future? Possibly. I mean, the demographics are changing in our town. You know, on a daily or weekly basis. So I think that it's something we have to keep our eye on, so.
All right, and, I made a comment earlier on, it took too long, so I'm not going to make a motion to add more time to it, but bringing it back would just be too ludicrous. So I'm prepared to take a motion to move forward on the staff report.
Could we bring up the Screen Rancho Serrano Park and see what the conflict is?
On Rancho, the conflict is whether or not you put a basketball court in.
Where is the park? I mean, where is it?
There's the plan that.
You can stand over there and,
There was the blue represents the new configuration for the tot lot area. Basically, all the amenities are occurring in the same general area that it's developed now. So the tot lot is represented by the blue, the shade canopy, the seating areas, and the half-court basketball is in that configuration.
And currently, there's nothing there, right? Just open grass.
And so that at that location, is that tier 1? So that's what is being done?
No.
No, this is
Tier 1's what?
This is what was brought to the commission, and the residents who attended were not in favor of it. This is can you hear me now? This is the plan that was brought to commission, and we peeled those improvements out. Because it was pretty clear by those in attendance at that commission meeting that they did not want this type of activity, these type of amenities brought into the park. There was already enough challenge with the park usage, with the traffic, and this was just seen as another almost attractive nuisance, compromising what's going on in the neighborhood already.
And we also received the petition that I attached to the agenda.
And so those improvements right there were taken off the table?
That's correct.
So the improvements of Rancho Serrano Park are zilch?
No, it's what's listed on
No,
the
it's up
left-hand
there.
side. We're gonna replace the light fixtures and poles that are damaged or need a replacement, and the existing site furnishings.
Are they
Benches,
gonna get
tables.
basketball
No.
hoop?
We got tons of basketball. $68 million on
Non-walking distance from the kids from Rancho Serrano Park?
it. There are some in walking distance as well.
Are there there's a neighborhood park that's adjacent to that on the northeast side of that? Is there a basketball court there?
No,
It's a piece of property?
I believe it's the HOA area to the east.
Is there a basketball court in the HOA portion?
not that one, no.
Well, according to this letter, the HOA president supports the basketball court and the tot lot. Norm
Yeah,
Scott?
Even if, the 22 people, 200 people say no, 50 people say yes, do you do for 50 people what 200 people don't want you to do with money we don't have? I mean,
I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to keep the debate to see if, just to play this out. Obviously, there's two sides to this, and the fact is that moving into a neighborhood, if you're going to be next to a park or an elementary school, you're going to have kids playing there, whether it be the school or the park.
I love having kids playing there.
yeah, the discussion part is kind of over, it's just into the council now. I think what you did in the process was they had $7 million, and so they picked out all those items were either safety things or things that most people agreed on, where there was any controversy, those items didn't show up. So I think that's probably true in all those parks. So there was Montpelier, there were people who wanted a dog park. At the workshops, the dog park people came out of the woodwork. At the meeting, they came out of the woodwork in the opposite direction. So I think what we have here is $7 million we can spend that everybody's in favor of, rather than anything controversial.
So, I think that when the first gentleman, or the second gentleman came up that was against the amenities being improved, he said there was some compromise. Was there any compromise made to where we are now here, which was tier 1, and to where there was compromise? He said there was he felt comfortable with the compromise. What was the compromise?
What I believe the compromise, as the gentleman expressed it, was that there's still something being done to the park. There's still improvements. We're replacing site furnishings and the lights. And that was the gentleman's comment, not my comment.
So would the half-court basketball be objectionable to the rest of the community that spoke? Just the basketball hoop?
Yes. Anything that changes that from a passive, peaceful park as it was designed is too small, for one thing. Anything that changes that into more of a destination park is objectionable.
Well, a half-court basketball is not a destination basketball court. It's someplace for the kids of the neighborhood to play in.
That's your opinion, and my opinion is it makes it, in our opinion, I should say, as a community in Rancho Serrano, say that it makes it more of a destination.
My personal opinion, if I lived next to this park, I would totally want all the cool things for the kids in the top lot. But the truth is, at this point, I think the residents have made it pretty clear that they want to keep it as it is, as a passive park. And, my personal opinion is that I would love to see it different, but I answer to the residents, and you guys have spoken pretty loud and clear. So I'm gonna just make a motion that we keep Rancho Serrano exactly as it is, just the park amendment, park improvements, just to keep it a passive park, just cleaning it up and letting the residents have what they want. And if they change their mind later on down the road, and we're able to make, changes later on, and if they find that amenable, then we can readdress it. But at this point, I think we should just keep the plan as it is.
How about if you make the motion for everything?
Just prove it.
I will make a motion that we approve staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Please vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, do we have another one?
Yes, but we have I was just gonna.
Oh, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not, okay, I'm approaching you as a mom. Okay. I would like to suggest that we at least put in the tot lot, because when you think about it, tots are only gonna be out before it's dark. They're not gonna make a lot of noise afterwards. I just think that would be a good compromise. So, there you go.
Well, as we said earlier, we'll see at the end of the process, you come back to us. We've either got money to look at tier 2 or we don't have money. And then hopefully we do, and then we could consider some things, but if we don't, we don't.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Parks Commission.
All right, so.
No, you're allowed to talk.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
Yeah. No, we can't talk at your commission, but you can talk here anytime.
All right, so we move.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and we now should be voting.
That motion carries unanimously.
Oh, it did. Okay.
However, oh, never mind, I apologize.
Okay, so we're moving on to the process for selection of a general plan advisory committee. We have a report from Director of Community Services.
Mr. Mayor, before we start, I think we've hit the 9:30 hour, so we should just take a vote to continue or not.
Oh, okay.
So I'll make a motion that we continue the meeting.
Second.
Continue forward with the meeting, just for clarification.
Do you want to say till 10 o'clock, or you want to leave it open until midnight?
I'll say till 10:15, so that we can take another vote if we need to.
Till 10:15.
Yeah.
Till 10:15. We have a report by...
We need to vote on that. Let's vote on that.
Sorry.
Still talking about something. You need to vote.
I did. My light's on.
Motion carries unanimously. Maybe a delay, I apologize.
Okay, General Plan Advisory Committee.
I'll turn it over to Nikki in Community Development, and she'll has a presentation for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Staff's been busy working on the general plan update for the City of Lake Forest. We've been working closely with Ben Ritchie and Amanda Tropiano of De Novo Planning Group, our city consultant. And I'd like to turn it over to them. They have a presentation to give the City Council an update and also to present a procedure for formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Great, thank you, Nikki, and thank you, members of the council, for letting us make this brief presentation tonight. Our presentation will only take approximately 5 minutes, so we appreciate your patience as we provide you this update. We're going to make a brief presentation on the work that we've completed since the last time we had the opportunity to speak with you, an overview of the vision workshop and online community survey, and then, like Nikki had mentioned, really focusing our discussion tonight on formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee. We're still in the first phase of your 3-phase work program, which is to envision the future of Lake Forest. As part of this opportunity, we've been able to host a series of visioning workshops and be able to connect with the community. A key component that's transitioning us from the first phase to the second phase is formation of your General Plan Advisory Committee. We conducted 3 visioning workshops over the past 3 months, one held in May, one in June, and one in July. The first workshop focused on the vision and values of the community. The second workshop focused on mobility. And the third workshop focused on land use planning and community design. We had fantastic in-person representation, and I think we even have a cameo of someone featured in one of our photos joining us tonight.
And I think he's wearing the same shirt.
But I am happy to see many members of the public that were able to join us in person at those workshops join us here tonight, so thank you for staying involved. We've also been hosting an online survey, which we ran simultaneous to the in-person workshops, and we're happy to report that we received over 800 responses from your community members about key questions related to the future of Lake Forest. The summary report summarizing the findings of the 3 in-person workshops as well as the results of the online survey will be available and posted to the website at the end of this month. So I will introduce Ben to go over a brief presentation of the General Plan Advisory Committee rules and formation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be back this evening. So we're moving into the stage of the General Plan update where we are ready to seek formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee, or the GPAC. The GPAC is going to serve a very critical role as we work our way through the development of the goals, policies, and actions that make up the bulk of the general plan, as well as helping us with key decisions related to the land use map. So the role of the various GPAC members is really to serve as project ambassadors and community liaisons. Their job is to come from a very broad, diverse spectrum of community interests and community representatives and come together to seek the best plan overall for the City of Lake Forest and not just serve their own special unique interests. So to that end, we hope they communicate the intent of the general plan to their friends, neighbors, and colleagues. They help us gather public input in terms about community priorities, whether or not we need half-court basketball or not. Obviously, a lot of other issues that we'll be delving into as part of the general plan update in terms of community values and priorities. Overall, we're anticipating a total of 10 meetings, all of which will be open to the public, but there will be structured opportunities for public speaking. So we intend to run the meetings as roundtable workshops, group discussions amongst the GPAC members with structured opportunities for public comment. Some of the roles that the GPAC will not be performing is resolving issues of detailed policy, making final decisions on any issue, or taking up positions on issues not brought before the committee. So in essence, what we'll be doing is walking them through the myriad of topics addressed in the general plan. We'll present them with a tremendous amount of reading material, and we'll have structured opportunities to get their feedback topic by topic, just kind of taking bites of this thing in a logical format. So what we're recommending is a 2-step process for the formation of the GPAC. Step 1 would be to get City Council direction on the composition. And we're asking this evening that you review and confirm or modify the recommended composition, which I have on the next slide. And step 2 would have sort of hand it over to staff at that stage and have staff reach out to the individual groups and representatives to work with them to identify the actual individuals that would serve on the GPAC. So a little bit more information. Our recommended size is 18 members, having done this for well over a decade now with probably 15 some odd GPACs. You start getting above 18, 20 members, it becomes diminishing returns and a bit unwieldy. Usually 13 to 18 is the sweet spot. There's usually a little bit of attrition. So in terms of composition, we're recommending members of the Planning Commission, Parks and Recs Commission, Traffic and Parking Commission, Senior Community, Executive Roundtable, HOA Roundtable, Chamber of Commerce, Saddleback Valley Unified School District, student representative, real estate agents from both the commercial and residential sectors, public safety officer, someone from the building industry, someone representing environmental and sustainability groups or organizations, and also the South Orange County Economic Coalition. So we came up with that list again based on professional experience and consultation with staff. So again, in summation, the recommended council action for this evening is to review and approve the recommended composition of the Lake Forest General Plan Advisory Committee, and then direct staff to coordinate with the approved groups and organizations to identify the specific individuals who will serve as GPAC members. And we're happy to answer questions.
Have any questions from the public? Comments?
Not from the public, Your Honor, but perhaps from Facebook Live.
Facebook Live, they still there?
No comments.
Okay. Council members?
This is all new to us. Your recommendation of 18. I like the variety of different fields that you have there. So I'll make a recommendation that we approve Table 1 as stated, and then move on to approval by you guys and staff that go through the proposed candidates for that. So
I have well, need a second before we can.
So that would be my proposal, I guess, just let you guys do that. That way it keeps politics out of it and let you guys pick people that have come to you with backgrounds that you think that would be useful to you as you plan the future of Lake Forest.
I'm prepared to second, but I want to hear what you have to say first.
Well, I'm not real impressed with the list, quite frankly. And it doesn't include the Foothill Ranch Business Association, doesn't include the shopping, which is a major shopping center managers who are, vitally involved with that. Doesn't include anybody from the apartment association. The hotel industry isn't in there. Instead, we have a student representative. The building industry association, I don't know what they're going to say except build more houses. And the South County Economic Coalition, which is basically the building industry with a couple of buddies who are going to say more houses. So I'm not particularly, on the other hand, there are a couple of, they're probably half of the list is the list I made up myself, and I wouldn't disagree with. But what I'm going to suggest is that we appoint the Mayor Pro Tem and I for an ad hoc committee to take this recommended list and come back at the next meeting with the people, turn that into people. And because that's what it is. It's really not planning commission. It's people. Is there some people? It's not the Parks Commission. It's not Traffic and Parking. But who are the people who make this up? Not these placeholders for which there might not be people. So, but using that and some of these other ones, I think we can come back and then put together a list of people, although anybody else would be free to contribute to that. And I think we should reach out to the public as well. And that would be part of the ad hoc committee's thing to do that, because as you saw with the Parking and Traffic Commission, there were people like that guy Jordan who, had he not known about this, I never knew Jordan, but through our interviews we found good people, and lots of good people. So I'm going to recommend an ad hoc committee to take this as guidelines, not as a Bible, and that the ad hoc committee also reach out to the community and inform them and see who we have. So that will be my motion.
So I'll make a substitute motion that I actually like. I actually don't want council members involved in picking this, whether it be Mayor Gardner or Dwight Robinson. I think that we, as you guys are professionals at this, and staff, we'll go through the names. I think that I actually like Mayor Gardner's addition of hotel and apartment complex, or there's an apartment association here in Orange County. I think that, and then managers, I think you have the commercial brokers, but the fact is.
Commercial broker is different than a shopping center manager.
Yeah, so I think that shopping center management of maybe the Foothill Ranch business park, but that would be my substitute motion, and then accept that with those 3 additional motion on there, and then have you guys go through go through the selection process, because this is going to be, as reading the staff report, there's going to be a lot of time involved in this, and so for you guys to do the interviewing, that way we stay out of that, and you guys put forth the best people for the position. So that would be my motion.
They don't know anybody. How are they going to?
Actually, my question was going to be,
We know
who would be doing the selection, and how would that selection process occur?
It would be driven by staff. So we would provide our input, but you're correct, we don't live here, and so.
So would there be a staff member that, like Keith Neves and Deborah Rose, our city manager, would they be involved?
And my understanding is that Gail would probably spearhead the effort from the Community Development Department. Yeah, the only additional tidbits I might offer is that we are planning to kick off meetings with the GPAC in September, so time being of the essence to form the group. And again, based on experience, keeping that number under 20 is genuinely ideal. So.
And I understand where you're coming from about not having the council members, picking the people out. It makes a lot of sense, because there can be bias, and we only know a certain number of people, and we could be missing a whole, group that really wants to contribute.
I don't think that's true. Compared to them or the staff, I believe that we know more people in the community than anybody else does.
We've got requirements that are community members, so the fact is, let the staff pick and then keep the politics.
What makes you think the staff know who the best shopping center manager is? Can you tell me who that is?
No, I would be calling the Foothill Ranch manager. I don't know him personally, but.
I was going to counter that maybe we open up this as an application process where, you post on Facebook, you post on the website.
That was part of my motion, is that to open it up.
Yeah, so open it up to get people, draw people into the process, and have them apply and give you applications, and let the staff review, because, between the staff and yourselves, obviously these are going to be residents, so you'll take the information, you'll look at these applications and say, these people look like they would be good candidates. I think that would be a much better way to approach this, as opposed to, us pulling from our pool, letting people, participate in the process.
Can you walk them through your timeline?
Sure, absolutely.
Just so you know.
I'll answer your question and provide some feedback for your direction. First, that is a process that is possible, but as we were indicating, we have developed this project schedule that meets the council's direction to have this project completed within approximately 2 years. The formation of the General Plan Advisory Committee and the ability to begin meeting with that committee in September is a critical path item in meeting that project schedule. So we are open to your suggestions and feedback on how to move forward, but it will impact the overall project schedule of the general plan update in order to facilitate a process like that. I also wanted to weigh in a bit on the selection of the individual person. One of the things that we are asking these members to contribute to the process throughout their membership is a very diligent understanding of very complex topics related to the general plan, which could periodically require reading of 50 to 100 pages prior to each meeting. The time commitment is quite significant. And in order to find the right members to be part of a process like this, we find that being able to work with the identified groups and stakeholders to find the person that's really willing to commit the time and energy required to be part of this very sensitive and important committee. Sometimes being able to have that extensive dialogue with the group helps us uncover the right person to be part of that. So that's been a successful approach for us in other jurisdictions.
Not to say that that's the only way to go about it. You've certainly all presented alternative scenarios, but they do have impacts in terms of the schedule, not only informing the committee, but the final adoption date that we'd be coming back to you with.
So how many months have I been asking, when are we going to get the GPAC organized? 3 months? 4 months? How many months have we had that conversation? Now you come to us in July and you say, you got to hurry up because we want to do it by September. I don't understand why this wasn't done a long time ago. So, you know, who's kidding who here? If this was such an important thing, I don't know why, as we had how many conversations, 10 conversations at least in the last several months. Why aren't we doing this before the visioning workshops? Why aren't we doing, I mean, how many conversations did we have like that? So it's a little disingenuous to come now and say, hey, it's July, you need to let us go do it because we got to finish by September. Well, you know.
I appreciate your frustration. We're here to serve the pleasure of the council in terms of the best way to move forward in terms of.
Well, I understand, but you should have done that in March or April. You're coming now in July and say, this is so important, let's get it going. I know that. I knew that months ago when I was urging us to get going on this. So, you know, in trusting them, and I know you're people we have to trust, and all those significant things they left out that I took maybe 5 minutes to come up and say, well, what about this? This is the list I did independent. As I told you, I would do a list independent of yours and then match my list with yours. This took me 5 minutes. I don't know how much time it took you to do that. I had everything you had. Well, I didn't have the student, and I didn't have the BIA, and I didn't have the South County, you know, but all the other ones I had, plus those other ones. So, you know, I'm just not sure. Councilman Voigt seems to think the expertise is there. I don't think so. I think the expertise is with us. I think we know who these people are. And that's the way to get it done, particularly if it needs to be done quickly, not to go through there. That's my opinion.
So again, there's a motion on the table. I think that the table one, if with the addition of the apartment complex, maybe, and then the Foothill Ranch building or business association is 2 added, because that is a big association on Foothill Ranch. I moved that table, and I think that we move forward and keep the politics out of it. So
well, there's no politics.
I think that if we get involved picking it, I think it does get politics.
We're going to end up picking it anyway.
Well,
the ultimate appointees, we're going to end up picking anyway. Or you want them to pick who's going to be on it?
No, I think that they're going to interview people.
I understand, but who's going to make the final selection? It's going to be us. Tom,
Councilman Cagley.
did you want to chip in on this?
You wanted to chime in?
I was going to ask exactly what was Scott's motion. He explained it.
My motion is the table one with the addition of the Foothill Business Association and the apartment, because the apartment complex association or something he said. I think those are 2 comparable things.
And the shopping center managers.
Well, I tend to agree with the mayor that we should, there's representation on this that should not necessarily be there, and there's representation that should be on there, there's none on there. And I kind of like to favor what he said with the ad hoc committee, come back to the next council meeting with a recommendation. That's not, I'm not buying your vote, I'm sorry, Scott.
I have a similar concern that some people might not like who we pick, and you know, it's when that does occur, then there's the likelihood for it to be complete. I'm just sharing lessons learned from at the national, state, and regional level, right? So if we don't like who we pick, and then I'm not 100% clear on, I have heard you said you probably wouldn't run, you know, people change their minds, so, but there could be a change here in December. I'm definitely not running, and by the time this ends, you know, I might be off the council at that point. And then 2 of you are up for election, so if anything, and I don't know whether you're running or not, but if anything changes here and someone doesn't like it, then they could just obliterate the whole thing and start again. I mean, if it's done at a staff level, then, and we could make recommendations, I think, to the staff, make some comments on, hey, I know a good real estate agent, and maybe all 5 of us would have a different one, or a great commercial broker, and then they would at least have a little bit of feedback from us. But it does take I think politics is a strong word, but it's that perception that there's politics in it, if we're picking it. So I'm not really articulating myself very well here, but I'm just trying to understand all the dynamics, because the last thing that I would want to see is we put something together and then 3 months from now, 2 years from now, someone says, nope, we need to start from square one again, let's start over, right? Because we didn't like how that selection process occurred. I do agree with you wholeheartedly that in some of these categories, we're going to know people in the community better than the staff will, and no disrespect, but much better than the consultants would. So how do we balance those two things? I think is a challenge. And again, the best recommendation I can come up with on the fly here is that if we have some suggestions in some of these categories, that we provided them to staff, and then let them make that ultimate decision. But I'm sure that doesn't satisfy everyone's opinion up here.
But who did you envisage, whether or not the ad hoc committee, because I want to see it actually get done quickly, or them or the staff, regardless of who comes back with the list, who did you envisage making that selection? I always envisioned it would be us anyway.
If it's going to be us, I think it's a very long process. We need to change around the entire timetable. And, I know we talk about how slow government runs, and I would like to see it move more quickly as well, but this is a very time-consuming issue, and you want to try to take politics out of it. I mean, I think we're looking at a months-long process just to figure this out. Now, 2 people can figure it out, but would everyone agree? Maybe not. And if everybody doesn't on the particular planning commissioners that are picked, or the particular student representative, or the particular real estate agent, then if someone else will be in that mayor's chair in January, most likely Mayor Pro Tem, based on how we've discussed the process moving forward and how we've approved it, right? But if she had a different opinion, she says, I'm going to reform an ad hoc committee, and now I'm going to pick someone else and say, I want to replace these 2, and then we're inserting someone new into the process at that point. Again, I'm trying to think 5 steps ahead here with all the potential positives and negatives that could occur, and then how do we avoid any pitfalls?
But who do you think would make the decision?
Again,
for who those 18 people are?
What I'm getting at is, if we make the decision and we change, then you could obliterate it. Similar to when some of us change with our process now, we'll have new planning commissioners, we'll have new park and rec commissioners, and they'll be selected. So the same thing could occur, and that's that. Again, it's a really big word to use, the politics part, because I'm not as concerned as some may be that politics would get inserted into it. It's just that perception that politics is in it, and that's what I want to try to avoid. But it is what we do every day up here, or not, twice a month, right? I mean, there's a political component to all of it. We're trying to do the best that we can for the community, but the reality is there's a certain level of politics. As much as I would prefer to pull myself out of it, it definitely weaves its way in. So I don't think I'm fully answering your question very well. I'm doing a very poor job of it.
My question
trying
is,
to explain the conflict in my own mind.
Who is the most qualified to decide whether Sally Smith, a residential real estate broker, is Sally Smith the best person to be on that? Now, who's the best person are they the best person to decide that? Is Keith and Deborah the best person to decide? I mean, who is the best, most qualified person to make that decision? Or is it us?
And in my mind, it depends on what our goal is. If our goal is impartiality, then it could be someone who isn't us. If it's trying to find people who know those in these categories the best, it probably is us.
Yeah, I mean,
so, and maybe not every single one, but the vast majority of them.
If I'm looking at the best real estate agent, residential real estate agent, I'm not looking for somebody who contributed to my campaign. I mean,
Oh,
I'm gonna ask the question, who's making 90% of her sales, or his sales, in Lake Forest, who really knows the thing? I mean, there's some, same thing commercial. I don't want a guy, I want a guy who's handling X. I want the other thing that's missing from here, I think, is the top employers. I want, for example, the top employers, Panasonic and Cox, I don't know.
I think they were trying to bring those out of the executive roundtable,
Yeah,
like
maybe
Whitetail
not,
was
but
one
that would-
from that group that was very
And that's
interesting,
pretty
but-
easy to,
Yeah.
there's no politics in that. It's Panasonic, and, they have those people, so I believe we have the expertise.
That's why I said politics is the really big word. Like, for instance, with the real estate agent, the Mayor Pro Tem might say, like, Tim Morissette, because he's the best-selling, real estate agent in Foothill Ranch. And Councilman Boyd might say Kevin Hill, because he's the best-selling real estate agent in Lake Forest. And some may say, like, Cindy Kowalski, because she's very involved in, city events and things like that. And so then it becomes who did the ad hoc committee pick? And, did they like that individual or not like that individual? And if, new mayor, do they want to boot that one out and switch it around? So I might be overthinking this,
Who
but
makes
I'm just
that
trying to.
between Tim, Keith, and Cindy? Who do you trust to make that decision? Them, or us?
Well, if we're giving recommendations and the goal is impartiality, then I think it's them. If it's us, then it comes down to, do we all have a agreed upon collective, objective, factual basis for why we're doing that. So if you said it's the person who sold the most homes in 2017 should be on that list. Okay, that makes
If
sense.
they want it.
There's no politics in it. If it's, like Mayor Pro Tem explained, if it's just a 2-person ad hoc committee, it could be a circle of people that, you can think of, the top 10 that you can think of on the list, and then which one would be the best out of these top 10. And most likely, in that case, you'd have one of the best sellers, if not the best seller, but those facts wouldn't be there. That's why I said it could take months to try to develop that criteria. So what is our objective criteria? How do we want to select that? And then you don't even need an ad hoc committee. You've determined the objective criteria, and so whoever fits that is the one. There shouldn't be really a subjective part to it. So again, I think I'm overthinking this, and I'm definitely over-talking it, but I'm just trying to share the conflict in my own head about how to put this together.
I'll make a substitute motion. I'll make a motion that the council has the right to submit names in whatever category they choose. The names get submitted to the consultants and to staff, and based upon specifically what the consultants are looking for, they know what they're looking for. Based upon our recommendation sent to them, they will independently decide which of the people we've suggested, in addition to their own research. If we can't think of anybody in South Orange County Economic Coalition, you guys will seek that person out. But if we have recommendations, that you would first consider our recommendations, and in addition to your additional research on who you're going to find. That's my substitute.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, that's, they gave a presentation the other day at the third workshop, and they either don't know, or at least it wasn't apparent in the demonstration, that Foothill Ranch in Portola Hills joined Lake Forest only recently. So they got maps of Lake Forest going back 20, 30 years showing that. And so that's who you want to make the decision on who does this committee looking forward in the city.
I think we're asking a bigger question is, do we trust our consultant? I mean,
Well, I certainly don't trust them more than I trust you, or
just
Dwight,
call
or
the
Tom,
vote.
or Scott. No, I don't.
Just call the vote. I don't want to pick, and I don't want anybody on the dais to pick. I think that we make recommendations, you guys interview them. I think that's a good compromise, and so I'm ready to vote.
No, it's a terrible idea. Oh, but there's the vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, we're voting on whether or not they make the selections.
Well, we can all make those, and the ultimate stage comes back to us anyways, Mayor Gardner. It ultimately, they make the plans, and then we get this a projection at the ultimate comes back to us. So let the community be brought together as you have a free market, and let them come before them and make their case. I don't want to get, I don't want my people to be picked, I don't want your people, I want people to come out of the community that are involved with the community, that want to get involved with the future. So I support her motion, and I just think we should call the vote.
Call the vote.
Okay, wait, let's go through the action. The city council is going to add or subtract categories,
No,
each of you?
we're going to use the table.
You're
We're
going
gonna
to
add
We
to
haven't
that
voted
list.
on the table. We'll vote on the table after this.
Okay. You're voting on
The process.
process.
As to whether or not, in his case, he wants them to handle everything, right?
I think we all put our names in, that you say, oh, that realtor, it's got a lot of
But
signs.
who's going to select the final 18
I
people?
think they do, because the fact is, we're getting the final say anyways.
How do we have the
We have
final
the final
say?
say on the whole development, on the general plan comes back to us, and the final say.
But on this committee, they have
But
the
in the
final
committee,
say.
it's just the community, let the community come forth and put their say in. It's not, I'm not getting, I'll make my suggestions when the community puts their say into it and it comes back to us.
This, let me ask the consultants one question. This GPAC, once formed, it wasn't going to come back as a staff report to the city council for approval. This was just going to be, this was the recommendation for tonight. It would, if it would have went forward just like this, it would have been staff and DeNovo putting it together, getting names, go ahead.
For all nights for Gail to be sick, let me try to inform you in the way that I understand how this process would work. A couple of things. The GPAC members really are community members that are going to be a working group. So ultimately, and those are public meetings, so even if someone doesn't appear on the GPAC, it doesn't mean they can't go to the meetings, and there are times for structured public comment and input from those meetings as the GPAC moves through. And maybe you guys want to explain in a little more detail. They aren't making policy decisions, they aren't taking any, it's not a public hearing of any sort. You guys ultimately, and I don't want to diminish the work they're doing, obviously it's very important to what's going to be going on in this process. But ultimately, the general plan is going to be brought to the Planning Commission, going to be brought to the City Council for approval. This is just the working group. I think when we talk about how we would form that, we would reach out to these groups. It's a pretty big time commitment. You may have volunteers who say, pick me, and you may have people who, we have to beat the bushes to try to find someone in these categories to do so. And, if it's the pleasure of the council that we look at council recommendations first, happy to do that. But I just want to be clear that these are public meetings. The GPAC members are important, but they're a working group, and ultimately the City Council is going to and the Planning Commission before them are going to be the decision makers on whatever comes out of this committee. And the last thing I want to say is, because Gail isn't here, I do want to leverage her 25 years of history here at the City of Lake Forest. She has connections. I'll ask her a question. She'll say, oh, we'll call this person over here. So, and I don't mean to say that you guys obviously don't know your community better, but she does have a vast history with the city. So leveraging that a little bit might give you a little more comfort that she might be a good person to help establish this committee with our consultants as well. So again, I don't know if you guys want to go through again the roles of
I very much appreciate everything that you just added. Working with, again, a dozen to 15 GPACs over the last decade or so, it's a collaborative group, it's a roundtable discussion, we don't do roll call votes. We'll be checking in with the council very periodically throughout the process to bring you up to speed on major policy direction that the GPAC is advising on. And what often happens is we may have we'll do like straw polls, raise your hand. If we have a real split group decision on key factors to consider as part of the general plan update, we don't get hung up on it. In fact, we take in all the input, we come back, we check in with council, we ask for council's direction. At the end of the day, the buck absolutely stops with the council in terms of the content and the makeup of the general plan. So again, this is really a roundtable advisory body, and the willingness of someone to commit the time. What we don't like to see is GPAC members come and go. We like to have a GPAC member commit, stay for the duration of all of the meetings, and it's very difficult to add new members midstream. And we have seen that where councils turn over midstream through a GPAC, and we're 12 meetings in or 8 meetings in, and we have new members trying to come in and catch up on the last 4. You miss the benefit of the last 12 months of discussion with this group. So having continuity is very important to us. And again, the group is providing insight direction, input, opinions, and we're checking back in with the council constantly. So it's not something where it's going to happen in a dark room and go too far down a path and then the council will be disappointed with the GPAC's direction. I'm confident we'll check in with you often enough to make sure that the council's comfortable with where everything's going.
Well, I don't want to be too tough on you, but you haven't been checking with the council very much so far in the 6 months you've been doing this. So, I mean, are you suddenly going to change the way you've been doing it?
Well, we're moving into the stage where policy development is going to start to occur. So those are going to be the tangible things that we're going to seek council direction on. So we were here a couple months ago giving the status update. We're here this evening giving you a brief status update. We'll be publishing the public input summary report here at the end of July. But this is the listening phase that we've been wrapping up. And now we're going to start to move into the policy development phase. And that's where we expect to be checking in very periodically with the council to the degree that you would like to hear from us in terms of your hands-on involvement as the general plan comes together.
As far as Gail, I respect Gail a lot. I know she has a lot of information, and I'm disappointed if this is what she brings to us, then maybe she's not as cluey as you think she is, as much as I like her and respect her. I'm trying to get quality. I'm looking for excellence in what we do. I'm looking for a committee that really gets involved and gets down to. I'm not looking for ordinary stuff. I'm not looking for, oh, the committee, well, it really doesn't matter, you guys are made. I'm trying to elevate everything that we do, whether it's communications or economic development or we as the council. I'm trying to get, and the general plan is important. I don't want a committee that sits there, and I want people actually out there and telling you, no, get that data or that's wrong. That's what I'm looking for. Not they're giving us the pablum that past councils have had. I'm trying to do above that. I know you don't want to get involved. You don't have to be involved, which is why I'm not suggesting you for the ad hoc committee. But if she's willing to and work her butt off, we could get it done more quickly.
Well, I would suggest that it would be you and Dwight or Councilman Robinson.
If he wanted to, I don't mind Dwight.
I just think that,
But I don't know
we all subject our names and let them interview. And let them go over the requirements and the time and see if they're committed. I don't think any one of us would be able to fill a list up like that would be committed. So I think that we throw our names in and let them interview. I think that Mayor Pro Tem's compromise would be a great thing to where we all put names in and he's thinking, oh yeah, I've seen that guy, he's been doing real estate in Lake Forest for years.
Put names in to who? To them?
To them.
How do they know about Tim Morrison?
Well, no, Jim.
What does Gail know about Tim Morrison?
Well, there's
maybe she goes, well, I don't know, I'm just saying in general. What does Gail know about Tim Morrison? What does Keith know about Tim Morrison? She knows Tim Morrison. I know Tim Morrison. I said, well, Keith Hill, it just seems as if you're putting an important thing in the hands of people who know almost nothing.
I think that they've done this for years, and the fact is they will go through and interview the people.
Well, and again, I don't mean to be bad-mouthing you, but if this is what they put together, I'm not impressed with it. So, I'm looking for a higher standard than this. This is not...
So, there's a motion made, and I just call for the vote that for the selection, we put the names in, and we'll all be out looking for names and trying to encourage people to be involved. I think that's going to be a hard thing to achieve with the amount of hours and time involved, and the fact that it will come back to us anyways. It's just an advisory board for the community. So I think that the people that came tonight at this meeting here, people came out that none of us knew, and that we had some great candidates. I think that they will find those kind of people.
There's a motion, and the motion is basically to give everything to them, right? They will do the selection, and we'll never hear about it till next year when...
Well, they say that the nuts and bolts are starting, that they will have more involvement with us. So.
I understand.
I think probably getting hung up on the word committee is part of the problem. Ms. Wetzel, I appreciate your feedback there. It was very, very helpful for me. And the phrase that you used was working group. I'm very familiar with working groups, and I liken it to stakeholder groups. So it's letting people who are kind of representatives of these particular categories, rather than injecting their personal opinions about things. They're just trying to hopefully they view this as I'm representing the senior community as a whole. I'm not just representing my personal opinion on what should be happening or not happening. And if they take it with that level of seriousness, then I think we're going to get really good feedback. If it becomes just their personal opinion, well, we could have 85,000 people on that list, you know? And yeah, so that's, I heard the word committee too, and that's where my concern was that, you know, it takes on a different shape. When we think committee here, we don't necessarily think full-on votes, but we definitely think, oh, there's a lot of weight to it. You know, this is an appointed position of some sort, and this is, but, you know, stakeholder or working group, it just has a different connotation for me for sure. And so, you know, some of my concerns are alleviated from that. So again, I really appreciate the feedback. So I still don't know the best way to move forward.
All right, well, if this motion fails, then I'll put forward a motion to ad hoc, and whichever one of you, or the two of you could do it. Christ knows I'm doing enough work myself. So I have no problems with you two doing it. I have no need to be involved. If you're worried about me, my involvement, those two, you know, I don't need to put in 70 hours a week. I'm doing enough right now. So, but I'll put in an alternate if this fails.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's vote.
Can we just restate the motion? So the motion came from Mayor Pro Tem Basil, and so would you just mind restating it for me? So
The motion was to have council submit names and categories, and based upon consultant criteria, they will independently decide who would be appointed to the GPAC.
Okay.
and there'd be no final approval on that or anything of that nature. So we would just submit some names and then it comes from the staff.
Well, I have to ask a question. Are we going to stay with the same
That's a second part. We're going to
Okay.
we're voting on this for the first part.
We're also running out of time, so we're gonna have to, after we vote on this, give ourselves another 5 minutes, if that's possible. Okay, let's vote.
That motion carries with Mayor Gardner opposed.
Okay. Do we want to, we now shot our wad for the time, so do we want to extend it 5 more minutes? Or no? We now have to vote on the table.
I'll make a motion to extend it till 10:30. We still have comments and stuff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now for the table, let's go through it item by item, and then we'll just, Planning Commission, anybody object to that?
Nope, looks good.
Parks and Recreation Commission, anybody object to that?
That's good.
Traffic Parking Commission, anybody object to that? Senior Community, anybody object to that? Executive Roundtable. Now there, I'm thinking more it should be the top employers, but if that's assumed under Executive Roundtable, not necessarily.
Well, we could show them the top 5 and then pick out of that.
Okay. So let's change that to top 5 employers. And HOA roundtable, well, there are some HOAs that have 50 people and some HOAs that have. So I'm going to say the largest HOA in Foothill and Portola and the largest HOA in the rest of the city. Anybody object to that? Be more specific.
No.
Okay. Chamber of Commerce, yeah, naturally. Saddleback Valley Unified School District, naturally. Student representative, we really want a student in this?
What exactly does that mean?
Student means you get a kid.
Thank you, Mayor Gardner.
Probably the El Toro, might be the El Toro High School kid, or,
Well, because we can have a student liaison, someone who goes to UCI but lives in Lake Forest or goes to Saddleback Valley, goes to local college. So what type of student? Are we looking for an adult student? Are we looking for a high school student? What are we looking for?
We envisioned a high school student.
We have to include El Toro liaison that comes to the city council.
Oh, that's a good
I think
person. Yeah, there 35 cents. The student liaison would do it.
I don't know that we can commit our new student liaison to.
Can we tell them before they take the job that that's what they have to do?
You have another $500.
Well, it's a resume builder, come on.
My question would be, what could they contribute to it with the limited experience?
Yeah. I think maybe we can substitute that to one of Mayor Gardner's things, the Foothill Business Association, or the people that represent the apartments, because obviously we want all aspects to be represented. I think that would be a good substitution.
Yeah, either the apartment association or the largest apartment people.
I think make it just apartment association and substitute the student representative out.
Before we go on, I can see the value though of having a younger person, because you know we've got an aging population, and you know you're looking at a lot of these people and they're business professionals, you know, they have long-time careers. You're probably I'm looking at the list and I'm thinking everybody on this list is going to be 40 years and older. So no one's speaking to the millennials, nobody's speaking to generation, I don't know what it is, XYZ now, who knows. But you know, they have a voice, and if we're showing that the younger populations are leaving our area, we kind of need their voice to find out why they're leaving.
Do you want to make it a college student representative?
I think
That
a
might be
college
more-
student might make, yeah.
Less intimidated.
And have it be part of a capstone project for them for a university or for whatever.
I
But
agree.
I'm sure you can find, you know, research students that go to UCI and live in Lake Forest. I'm sure we have a lot of college students. Fullerton, I know people commute from, you know, Cal State Fullerton and live in Lake Forest. We should find a college student.
I like that. I support that.
I do too. My opinion of, again, working groups or stakeholder groups is that what it ends up doing is if you're a member of the committee, you're more likely to show up. You feel obligated to. And you generally kind of have the same voice as anyone who's showing up, but a lot of times you'll only have those 18 people and a handful of others that will show up, right? But those people feel like they need to show up, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get feedback from all the stakeholders. And so, you know, I'd be shocked if there were a lot more than that number. I know that the meetings that we've been having so far, there've been, you know, a healthy number coming in, but some of those people are going to fall into these categories. So it's probably not going to be more than 35 or 40 would be my guess. And in some cases, it might just be the 18 people or 16 of the 18 that are able to make it that night. So, you know, but I agree with the student rep.
Be a residential real estate agent, but it should be a best performing, or, you know, the words to that effect. So we want not somebody's aunt, but somebody who's doing good sales. You know, come on now. You see how this happens.
Public safety?
Same thing with the commercial broker. Again, it should be a commercial broker in Lake Forest, selling Lake Forest real estate. Public safety officer, sure. Building Industry Association, I'm going to substitute the apartment guy for that.
I agree.
Anybody disagree with that?
I don't have an opinion there. I think someone from that industry is probably going to show up anyway, and they're going to try to share their thoughts. Yeah, they're going to try to share their thoughts. So whether they're a committee member or not, you know, there've been a few comments about you know, mixed use in different parts of, you know, retail sectors and things like that. They might want to provide some feedback there if that started to develop as interest to some. So I think all these groups, I think, people are gonna show up anyway. It's just, again, like obligating them to show up. So I'm fine with the switch.
I support the switch from building to apartment association.
Environmental sustainability, yeah, that makes sense. South County Economic Association, that's just developers. It's just a lobby group for developers.
Can you explain what you mean by environmental sustainability? Like, where would you be drawing from for that?
Could be a local chapter of the Sierra Club. It could be someone who works in the environmental consulting profession.
There is no local chapter of the Sierra Club.
Then,
local as in regional, probably. Like,
well, we choose.
Yeah.
I mean, we strongly encourage it to be Lake Forest residents.
Yeah, I mean, like it's.
There. So I mean, we certainly wouldn't want to bring a regional chapter in.
Yeah, like we don't have a a beach with waves. I know we have beaches, but we don't
Yeah,
have a
but
beach
you have
with
Rita
waves.
Bradley, I don't know if she's here, but she's
Yeah.
very concerned with the environment. You have Bob Holzwalk on a vector control.
What about something to that with someone, let's say, a road specialist? We have LSA or some of the people that do studies of traffic and stuff.
Yeah, you know, I don't want people who make their living off Lake Forest. You know, LSA gets contracts
Well,
from the
I'm just
council.
throwing out,
We have a traffic consultant that is part of the general plan update project team that will be weighing in at that professional
Great,
responsibility.
great. Then let's leave that alone then. And-
Okay, so South County Economic, I'd like to substitute either the Foothill Ranch Business Association or the shopping center managers. Either one of them.
I would take either one of those.
Me too.
Anybody have a preference?
No. Why don't you leave it to who's available?
Okay, yeah. so
I think that's what it's going to come down to, like, because we could say we want Tim Morris said to be on there, but does he want to invest the time,
Yeah, if
right?
he's
It could be
he
like,
doesn't have any time.
you know, and it could be we want somebody from one of the top 5 and
Yeah,
we're
that's good,
interested
yeah,
in
but-
businesses and it becomes the top 20, you know, who knows? I'm trying to find someone who's willing to
you're
commit
right.
the time, it's going to be a
give
challenge.
them the rank order on all these things and then they can go down the list and try to.
If they listen to just this conversation for this item, they're probably not going to.
Can we edit and go back a half an hour? In case they check off?
So I'll make a motion to approve the current list.
Okay, I'll second.
That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, regarding the time, can we move the last item
Yes.
onto the next agenda?
You know, despite the terrific work they're doing, and Carlo has stayed, God bless you, all this time. Oh, and Adrian, I didn't see Adrian behind mine. There's Adrian. Yeah, but keep up doing the good work, but we need to go to council comments. You look like you want to comment, so let's go.
I have nothing further. Thank you. I think it was a lively discussion, but we got a lot done. Thank you. Sorry for being late. I'm just not feeling very well.
Oh, go home now.
So thank you.
Go home. You don't have to wait for us. Councilman Robinson?
Just want to commend the staff, all the volunteers on another fabulous 4th of July parade. Everyone that was involved, the officers, everyone that was in the parade. It's one of the great things about Lake Forest, really fun event, and you know, we all can get together and have a great day celebrating our nation's heritage and birthday. And so just want to let everybody know how much I appreciate all the efforts that went into that. That's all I have.
Okay, Colonel Cagley?
Not too much. I have some interest in the street sweeping prohibitions that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up. I'd like to talk to somebody about that sometime in the near future, offline probably. Other than that, it's been a long night. Let's go and see who won the All-Star game.
Okay, yeah, street sweeping, I hope comes back to us. Well, actually, it should go to traffic and parking rather than us. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's okay. Just a couple things. I would like to get consensus to revise our ordinance on committee appointments so that it becomes an interview process, kind of like what we did this evening,
Yes.
instead of pre-appointing.
I'll give you consensus.
All right.
I think you've maxed out. And if we want to follow the policy.
Have I?
No, you have.
Okay, I'll
Okay,
add
so
it.
Dwight, you
Taking
have.
one for the team, thank you. Okay, sorry, that means I got 2 others, so you guys have to claim
You
as
can
your
say
own.
what it is and somebody else can
Okay.
fill in for you.
Now, you can be maxed out, but if you get full consensus, it's okay.
Okay,
And I have full consensus on the revising the ordinance for the committee appointments.
yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cagley?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, so it's safe.
that was close. All right, I got a couple more. Just hang with me, guys. Bennett Ranch, I would like to get on the next city council agenda to discuss parking permits for these poor folks. Get on the next agenda in August.
For city council or traffic and parking?
I would like the city council to look at it because traffic and parking, they're not going to be officially ratified and getting to work for at least another month or 2.
Oh, no way. I just talked today. We're putting them to work the first meeting in August.
Oh, they are?
That's
Well,
what I-
yes, we are going to, since you picked the committee, I'll let Tom get that committee going, and he's going to start
The
off.
first
That's-
Thursday in
That will be the,
Last Thursday.
Not the last Thursday, the first Thursday.
Or Sorry, the planning commission meets on the first Thursday.
So what do you want to do, Mr. Mayor? You want it to go for the traffic and planning, or do you think you should take it at a council meeting?
Well, I think it should go to the next, whatever's first, and if the next is the council, it's the council.
Okay,
But I wanted traffic and parking to go first. You said we could do them first.
I didn't know when traffic.
Okay.
So the planning commission is on the first Thursday. City council meetings are on the first and third Tuesdays.
So you've already arranged this with the planning, so that's set, okay?
Yeah, let's look at the calendar. Let me look at the calendar.
okay, so where does my motion land?
I think first available, so that means council.
Okay, so first available, someone needs to talk about parking permits for Bennett Ranch. So whichever comes first, council or planning commission, or traffic commission,
It's going to be council.
then it would be council. Would I have a consensus from everyone to talk about that at the next council meeting?
Me, I say okay.
Yes.
Should go to traffic and parking, but I don't want them to wait a month.
Since there's three, I'll give a fourth. I mean, I'm really concerned about the amount of information we have. If the staff's providing previous reports, it's going to be really simple. If we're expecting something new, I don't think we're going to get anything in time. So if it gives us a chance to talk about it, I think that's great. Without any new information, we'd be probably overriding our current policy. And I don't know if we have any legal issues there or not, but we can talk about that 3 weeks from
Can't we,
now.
I'm
So-
tired of hearing that we don't have the results from the reports. Can you promise me that we will have those last reports, the results in?
Let me ask Tom where the study is at.
We gave a update to the city council last Thursday in your council member updates. This particular person, we've worked with many years, the petition that you've received. We have a city council policy that we follow. We've researched it. That particular area does not meet the policy.